Ladies and gentlemen, may we have your attention, please? As we would like to start the agenda in a minute, please kindly remain online and switch your microphone to silent mode. Thank you. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. His Excellency, the President of the Asia Pacific Public Policy Network, Professor Michael Howlett. Good morning, Prof. A long way from Canada. His Excellency, the Vice Governor of East Java, Dr. Emil Alistianto Dardak. Excellency, Rector of Universitas Airlangga, in this occasion, represented by the Vice Rector for Research, Innovation, and Community Development Universitas Airlangga, Dean of Faculty of Social and Political Sciences Universitas Airlangga, Professor Bagong Suyanto, and also the conference chair of this event, Associate Professor Sulika Asmurwati, all of distinguished speakers, the President of Indonesian Association for Public Administrations, Professor Dr. Agus Pramusinto. Very good morning to Professor Anthony Chung from the Education University of Hong Kong. And also from the Leiden University, we have Professor Arjen Boyne. And from Lingnan University, Professor Joseph Mohkahu. And from Simon Fraser University, Professor Olena Hankimski. And coming from Universitas Indonesia, we have Professor Eko Prasojo. And from the University of Philippines, Professor Alex Brillantes. And from our own university, Universitas Airlangga, Professor Yusuf Irianto, moderators, participants, ladies and gentlemen. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. May peace be upon us. Swastiastu, Shalom, Namo Buddhaya, Salam Kebajikan, Rahayu. A very good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to virtually from Surabaya. First of all, allow me to extend my warmest welcome to you all to this particular gathering, the International Conference, Asia Pacific Public Policy Network 20 and 22, with the topic promoting adaptive systems to the current turbulence within crisis environment. Can we have big round of applause, everyone, virtually? Thank you so much. Hopefully everyone is keeping safe during this pandemic, and it is such a pleasure for me, Mustafir Yusuf, can meeting you in this event virtually. Hosted in Surabaya, Faculty of Social and Political Sciences Universitas Airlangga, in collaborations with the Indonesian Association for Public Administrations and also the College of Public Policy, Hamad bin Khalifa University, have the honor to present you this conference. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, for a brief moment, we would like to invite you to singing Indonesian National Anthem, Indonesia Raya. May all we rise. Lagu Kebangsaan Indonesia Raya. seated now. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, Apppn is an international non-profit organization that was established in 2016. The organization is established as an attempt to improve professional education in the field of public policy. Today, Apppn has developed into one of the largest public policy organizations in the region, representing hundreds of academics, leaders, and practitioners from many different universities and countries. And now we are here to celebrate the 7th year of annual conference Asia Pacific Public Policy Network. Give big round of applause everyone for Apppn. Excellencies, over following 2 days, we have lined up agendas that hopefully to be fruitful and engaging. Today, in our first day, we are going to run 2 plenary sessions. In between the plenary sessions, we are going to have the parallel sessions, which allows the selected participants to present their abstracts. And for tomorrow, we will have 2 seminars with our prominent speakers who are ready to share their expertise on successful publications in international journals and the future of the field of public policy. I do believe everyone is getting more excited, but before we moving to our main agenda, let us first listen to a couple of remarks. For the first remarks will be delivered by the chair of this conference. I'm now very pleased to invite Associate Professor Sulika Asmurawati.
Good morning, everyone. The Honorable Dean of the Faculty of Social and Political Science, Universitas Airlangga, Professor Dr. Bagong Suyanto, the President of Indonesia Association of Public Administration, Professor Dr. Agus Pramusinto, the Honorable President of the Asia Pacific Public Policy Network, Professor Michael Hollett, Doctor of Philosophy, Vice Chancellor of Research, Innovation, and Community Development, Universitas Airlangga, Professor Dr. Nino Mantri Puspaningsih, who will open this conference. And special thanks to our special guest, the Honorable, the Vice Governor of East Java, Dr. Emil Elistianto Dardak, and the Honorable, all the keynote speakers, the presenters, and the participants of the Apppn that make today's conference possible. Greeting from the Faculty of Social and Political Science, Universitas Airlangga in Indonesia. It is an honor for our faculty that we have been given this opportunity to host the Apppn conference in collaboration with the Indonesian Association for Public Administration and Hamad bin Khalifah University. Praise and thanks to Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala for the abundant blessing and joy that in this somewhat uncertainty COVID-19 pandemic that hopefully will soon moving to the endemic, that today we can gather here to discuss the general themes of promoting adaptive system to the current turbulence with crisis environment. I want to thank all of those who have contributed to the success of this event so that we can bring about presenters, participants coming from 10 countries, namely Indonesia, Australia, China, India, Malaysia, Thailand, the Netherlands, the Philippines, the United Kingdom, and Japan. We also thanks to 111 authors who sent their abstract, and from those 87 participants have been registered and submitted their full paper, which will contribute to the research development to our fields. We broadly announced that there will be a series of academic enrichment on today's agenda, including the welcoming remarks, the keynote speech, the parallel session, all in day 1. In the day 2, we will have workshop on successful international publication from the perspective of authors and editors. We will also have a seminar and discussion on the future of policy science, as well as teaching in policy education, in which the Indonesia has now moved to more liberal arts in their higher degree. With the high enthusiasm of participants, as well as the stakeholders involved, I hope this event could bring new perspective to us and give us more opportunity to collaborate in the future. Finally, thanks and very much thankful I will give to my excellent committee who has set up this event and all the honorable guests and all the team here. Thank you very much. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you very much to Mrs. Ika for the wonderful speech. We are now very much honored to have the welcome remarks that will be delivered by the Dean of Faculty of Social and Political Sciences Universitas Airlangga as the host of this conference. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Professor Bagong Suyanto.
Ladies and gentlemen, Bapak Ibu sekalian, selamat pagi, good morning. Pertama, saya menyampaikan banyak terima kasih untuk President of Asia Pacific Public Policy Network, Profesor Michael Holly, yang juga terhormat President of Indonesia Association of Public Administration, Profesor Agus Pramusinto, yang terhormat Wakil Rektor Bidang Riset, Inovasi, dan Community Development, Profesor Dr. Ninyoman Puspaningsih, yang terhormat Ketua Panitia, Associate Profesor Sulikah Asmorawati, yang khusus Bapak Wakil Gubernur Jawa Timur, Bapak Emil Dardak PhD, terima kasih banyak kehadirannya, seluruh keynote speaker dan partisipan dalam konferensi ini. Saya menyampaikan banyak terima kasih. Sebagai dekan, saya gembira ada acara konferensi yang bisa dihadiri peserta dari 10 negara. Ini adalah forum yang memungkinkan siapapun bisa menyampaikan gagasan, ide, dan mendiskusikan. Saya kira meskipun situasi pandemi, tapi kita tetap membuka ruang bagi diskusi, terutama mendiskusikan isu-isu publik yang sekarang sedang in. Sekali lagi, terima kasih Bapak Ibu sekalian. Selamat berseminar, berkonferensi. Semoga semuanya tetap sehat. Terima kasih banyak, selamat pagi, selamat berkonferensi.
Very well, thank you so much to Professor Bagong for the warm remarks. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, to officially open this wonderful conference, we are very much honored to invite Rector of Universitas Airlangga, that will be represented by the Vice Rector for Research, Innovation, and Community Development. Please welcome Professor Dr. Ninyoman Puspaningsih.
Thank you very much, Mbak Viro. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. A very good morning from Universitas Airlangga, Surabaya, Indonesia. The Honorable Ministry for Administrative and also Bureaucratic Reform of Republic of Indonesia, Bapak Cahyokumolo, the Honorable Deputy Government of East Java, Dr. Emil Dardak, the Honorable Chairman of Indonesian Association for Public Administration and Indonesian Civil Service Commission, Professor Dr. Agus Pramusinto, the Honorable Professor Michael Howlett from Simon Fraser University Policy Design and Practice, the Honorable Dean Faculty of Social and Political Science of Universitas Airlangga, Professor Dr. Bagong Suyanto, the Honorable Keynote Speaker, Honorable Roundtable and also workshop speaker, of course, the Honorable General Chair of Apppn IPA 2022 Annual Conference, Associate Professor Dr. Sulika Asmorowati, the presenter, participant, representative from partner universities, academia, all the distinguished guests. Ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of Rector Universitas Airlangga, it is my privilege and honor to welcome you to the 2022 Annual Conference of the Asia Pacific Public Policy Network, or APPN, in conjunction with the annual conference of the Indonesian Association for Public Administration, or IAP, PA, with the theme promoting adaptive system to current turbulence within crisis environment. Today's conference will address the issue related to the multifaceted impact of the COVID-19 pandemic on the world's crisis management and overall development. This international conference serves as an international forum for researchers, policymakers, and academicians to exchange and share their expertise, ideas, and latest research results on health problem solving, particularly in public policy and public administration. Distinguished participants, these last 2 years will be defined by unpredicted challenge that the world is having to endure, and as a result of the pandemic of COVID-19, we have all been obliged to reevaluate priorities and make adjustment in anticipation of an uncertain future. Countries all over the world have distinctly executed a range of countermeasures to control and manage the spread of the virus in all aspects of life. The pandemic has reminded us that investment in scientific, technological, and productive human capacities are essential to respond and also to build resilience during the crisis. As a higher education institution, our role is to provide a stepping stone to tackle the most significant challenge to facing the humanity using our expertise, knowledge across decades to find and develop solutions, and we are doing it through our education and research. Therefore, as a higher education institution, we need to boost cooperation within multidisciplinary research that can enhance productivity and sustainability that can benefit society. Thus, through this conference, it will be an opportunity to deepen the reflection on the institution and the crisis management system required to ensure the effective implementation of international, national, and local strategical efforts to strengthen the regulatory responses to sudden and significant negative events and to improve policy decisions that shape relationship between citizen, organization, and government. It will also provide us a forum for discussion on how the world can address the question of varied processes of adaptation and change, including surge in policy responses, alteration in network, implementation across transboundary issues, and assessment of policy success value. In this conference, the speakers are uniquely placed to share and highlight their findings, current practices, and perspective for the audience. I believe during this scientific conference, it will provide an invaluable opportunity for networking and having fruitful contact among international institutions to share ideas and foster closer ties, which will lift the visibility of scientists and academicians in building an academic network and an opportunity to boost the cooperation both national and international. Only with our joint hands that higher education institution can contribute to ways of achieving sustainability in all aspects of life. At this juncture, let us recognize the tremendous effort of the conference organizing committee, who has put together an engaging and excellent program. I would also like to convey my sincere appreciation to the speaker and also moderator for their time and support in contributing to this event. Be fruitful with wonderful moments of knowledge and also experience sharing. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. On behalf of Rector Universitas actually open the 2022 annual conference, the Asia Pacific Public Policy Network, APPN, and Indonesian Association for Public Administration, or IAPA. Thank you very much for all your kind attention. So enjoy the workshop and roundtable discussion. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Very well, thank you. Big round of applause. They officially opened this Apppn Conference 2022. Thank you so much once again to Professor Dr. Nino Mantri Puspaningsi. So everyone, ladies and gentlemen, I do believe that everyone is getting more excited. So for a bit of warm up, we will have a prominent guest today to deliver his special pitch. He is the Vice Governor of East Java. So without any further ado, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the Honorable Dr. Emil Elisianto Dardak.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam sejahtera untuk kita semua. Selamat pagi, good morning, greetings to all the participants of the conference of the Asia Pacific Public Policy Network and the Indonesian Association of Public Administration. I would like to extend my greetings to the Excellency, to the Honorable Vice Rector for Research, Innovation, Community and Development of the Airlangga University, Professor Dr. Nino Mantri Puspaningsi. Also the Dean of the Faculty of Social Science and Political Science of Airlangga University, Professor Dr. Bagong Suyanto. To the President of APPN, Professor Michael Howlett, Chairman of IAPA, Professor Dr. Agus Pramusinto, Conference Chair, Dr. Sulika Asmorawati, and to all the keynote speakers from University of Hong Kong, Leiden University, Lingnan University, Simon Fraser University, Universitas Indonesia, University of the Philippines, and Universitas Airlangga. First of all, I would like to congratulate Universitas Airlangga, APPN, and IAPA for successfully organizing the 2022 annual conference. And we are indeed very happy that the University of Airlangga, which is located in East Java, has been entrusted to become the host of this very important conference. And I have been asked to speak about promoting adaptive systems to the current turbulence within crisis environments, which is basically the theme of this annual conference. I would like to take a bit of this time this morning to share and interpret this theme in which the current public policy in facing COVID-19 can be an example of how adaptive systems are being used. First of all, we know that turbulence is basically what we are facing in COVID-19. We face a number of peaks and troughs in cases. We know that cases go up. There are what we call as waves, and these waves happen within a number of days, within a matter of days, not weeks, but days. And it is a global interconnected system involving international travels and has a multi-dimension impact across different sectors, including economic, social, not only health. And therefore, in such an environment, public policies need to be adaptive. It cannot be a rigid system that is designed to stay the same. It is a system that has an element of order, an element of structure, but the structure and order itself accommodates for adaptation of the uncertainties that we are facing in COVID-19. So next, as we can see, cases go up and down, and in the months of July to August, it was one of the most devastating moments for all of us in Indonesia because of the second wave that took a lot of lives. And it was really challenging because we face issue of lack of oxygen. It is a different variant from the one that we had in the early stages of COVID-19, whereby anyone infected with, with contracting the disease will, most of them quickly suffer from difficulty of breathing and requires oxygen. And it was difficult to quickly make sure of the availability of oxygen. We are still in the second wave, although cases have declined massively since the peak in the end of February. Cases went up to 57, but in East Java, it didn't get past the peak that took place last year. But we have to admit that that most of these cases are identified to be Omicron variant, and the susceptibility towards hospitalization is very much less than what we had last year with the Delta variant. Now, next, how did it affect the business climate in East Java? Almost all businesses are adversely affected by COVID-19, although very few actually benefit because they are producing commodities and products that are in high demand during the pandemic. But mostly they suffer from decrease in the business revenue because of the reduction in people's mobility, as well as the people's capability to pay, because it's actually a cycle where lower output from a certain sector resulted in a repercussion to the other sectors. Next. And as we can see, 84.64% of all businesses have a decrease in revenue. And we have to face this as it translates into a contraction in the economic situation. Now, one of the toughest part of making public policies during times of pandemic, especially with COVID-19, is no one has a firm understanding of what it is. And we can simply take the extreme approach of really stopping all activities, locking down people at home. But it is an option that no one can afford all across the globe. Even countries that took the strictest measure of lockdown are still struggling with the rising cases of COVID-19 today. So we are indeed aware that this is an option that is difficult to. So what we pursued was a policy of controlling, of ensuring that mobility of people remain within control. Now, it is very different from the first wave and the second wave. Requiring people to restrict activities, people were already scared by themselves. They would be staying home. They would be, even there, some people went into panic buying because they were afraid that supermarkets will be closed, goods will be rare, and so on. But then things normalized very quickly. Now, dealing with that situation in terms of the theme of this conference, adaptive system, we know that a lot of these decisions are the relative municipalities, then translated into what we call as PPKM, which is again social activity restriction, but the regime is different. The regime is no longer about actually controlling, restricting activities, but it allows activities to take place with certain measures. For example, opening hours are restricted. There needs to be a restriction in the capacity, and so on. So it's basically the idea is not allowing people to do activities, but making sure that it doesn't go into a scale that is highly likely to actually causes violations of health protocols. So that's the system, and it's a big change because initially the idea is people should not be doing anything, and we know why. It was justified because it was difficult to access facial masks, sanitizers, and so on. Now, with vaccination in place since early last year, and we boosted that during the second wave, the new system, we call it as levels. There is level 1 up to level 4, and which is still in effect today. Now, it's a system that takes into account various variables, not only the number of cases, but also how that number of cases compared to the total number of population. In a population of 500,000, cases of 100 is significant, but in a population of 2 million, 100 cases is less, I cannot say less significant, but in terms of the concentration of cases, it is not as intense as the one municipality that has 500,000 population. So we look at the percentage. We also look at the hospitalization rate, because the idea is we need to make sure we have enough capacity in the health system to treat the patients when cases go up. And then we also look into the vigilance of the public officials to carry out tracing and testing. So if cases can be low because they are underreported or because there is under-testing. So by using this combination of system, there is an automatic trigger to say whether cases are going up and down. Now, we have recently introduced relaxation of requirements for people to travel using air flight. I'd like to just close the presentation because I'm nearing the conclusion of my remarks. So, and we just recently introduced, so people flying airplanes are no longer required to take rapid antigen testing nor PCR testing. Now, for the past periods, we identify cases even among people who don't display any symptoms of COVID because they are traveling, and then they would have to take the test. And that's where we discover many of our cases discovery took place. And then from those cases, we targeted about 14 to 15 additional cases through tracing. That was the approach. With Omicron, which is much milder, the two areas where we can identify cases, which is people traveling and requiring testing, and people who actually really feel the symptoms and go to the doctor and eventually get tested, they're less likely to happen. So we are going to face a decrease in cases, and we're starting to be concerned because this may result in positivity rate actually going up. Because when positivity rate go up, it is because only those who really have the symptoms would likely then go to a test. Now, but the leveling system allows us to then trigger an adjustment in the leveling system. So if that eventually happens, then we are going to have a higher level of COVID-19 prevalence. And we are still currently thinking whether we should look into that again, or let's just accept it that when positivity rate goes up, there needs to be a bit more restriction. And because then we are likely seeing that cases are going up in the society, even with the lack of testing. So I've gone through the various examples of how we adapted our policies with more knowledge and different developments, with vaccinations underway, health protocol measures becoming more available, and as we learn more about how to deal with COVID, and also where people psychologically felt differently about this disease, about COVID-19. So that's, I hope, the example of how Indonesia as well as East Java government cope with COVID and actually design systems, adapt the system, and believing that the latest system that we implement is an adaptive system in itself, because it takes into account multiple variables to decide the level of restrictions that has to be imposed for a certain municipality. So once again, I'd like to congratulate the Apppn, IAPA, as well as the Airlangga University for organizing this annual conference, and I look forward for the fruitful deliberations among all the experts, all the academicians, and we look forward to then learn the conclusions and recommendations and case studies that have been shared in this conference. Thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you so much once again for the valuable speech by the Vice Governor of East Java, Dr. Emil Elistianto Dardak. So, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, for the next speech, I have the honor to invite the President of Indonesian Association of Public Policy. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Professor Agus Pramusinto.
The Honorable President of Asia Pacific Public Policy Network, Vice Governor of East Java Province, Vice Rector of Universitas Airlangga, Dean of the Faculty of Social and Political Sciences, representatives of association, keynote speakers, presenters, and all participants, ladies and gentlemen. Very good morning and Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Welcome to the 2022 annual conference of Apppn, organized by the Faculty of Social and Political Sciences in collaboration with Indonesian Association for Public Administration and Hamad bin Khalifa University. On behalf of IAPA, I would like to share my gratefulness for our esteemed colleagues from Asia and other parts of the world who have taken part in the making of articles, discuss and share an important issue related to public policy fields with the special theme promoting adaptive system to the current turbulence within crisis environment. As we know, all around the world has to face the same problem caused by coronavirus disease and triggered the occurrence of a crisis environment. Furthermore, all countries need to deal with this critical period by transforming all aspects of the system in order to adopt the best relevant practices that are suitable for the current situation. In this regard, we would like to discuss the 10 following sub-themes which have a significant impact on boosting the adaptable system, namely, first, fostering the arts of public leadership and government community resilience and bridging the gaps between the state and society. Second, strengthening disaster governance with the acts of institutional collaboration, cooperation, and coordination derived from multi-stakeholder engagement. Third, articulating data-driven policy-making process in the age of big data development to fuel public sector accountability and authenticity. Fourth, striking a balance between the catalyst of digital transformation in the public sectors and the challenges associated with the widespread transformation. Fifth, endorsing agile and versatile strategies within the rigidity of bureaucratic structures for improved crisis-situated organization settlement. Six, preserving trust and compliance in government policies and interventions amid a disarray of perceived mishandling, chaos, and conflicts. Seven, unfolding analytical accounts for refocusing and reallocating expenditure programs in achieving harmonized performance-based budgeting within crisis-affected situation. 8, ensuring continuity of the delivery of public service provision by frontline public servants for comprehensive public service capacity development. 9, documenting best practices, lessons learned, and future direction of COVID-19 related policy implementation at the local, regional, national, or international levels. And the 10, institutionalizing service of the self in realizing state legitimacy and governance credibility for post-pandemic sustainability. All for the purpose of inciting productive and subjective discussion, which would hopefully contribute to the wider public sector transformation. For all the participants, representatives of universities, association, and government who have joined us, thank you for your active involvement, participation, and contribution to YAPA and this conference. While on the committee of this conference from the Faculty of Social and Political Sciences, Universitas Airlangga, the Apppn, and YAPA, I would like to thank and congratulate for this successful event. I'm convinced that you will have advantages and beneficial exchanges in this today's event. Last but not least, I'm wishing you all a very thriving conference. Thank you very much.
Very well. Thank you so much, Professor Agus, for the wonderful remarks. And then, ladies and gentlemen, last but not least, we will have a remarks by the President of Asia Pacific Public Policy Network, Professor Michael Hollett, that joined us along the way from Canada. To Professor Hollett, you may have the floor.
Well, thank you very much. I'm delighted to be here virtually anyway from Vancouver, and I'd like to wish a good morning and a good day to friends and colleagues in Surabaya and elsewhere. I just have some very brief comments, which are mainly to thank the organizers and then to say a little bit about the background of the Asia Pacific Public Policy Network and its goals and mandate, and how this conference will contribute to those. So let me first say, on behalf of the steering committee for the Apppn, we'd like to extend our thanks to Dr. Asmoradi and her group at the University of Airlangga for the hard work that they've done putting this conference together in what are clearly not the most optimal circumstances. When we first awarded this to the University of Airlangga, of course, we thought this would be a live event, but it will be a virtual event, but will also be of very high quality. And that's thanks to the efforts of the Airlangga group. The idea of meeting jointly with the Indonesian Association for Public Administration as well, I think, is a very good idea, and I think has worked out very well. And I would like to thank, again, on behalf of the steering committee of the Apppn, I'd like to thank the organizers and members of the IAPA for their support and effort in getting this conference off the ground and coordinating so well with our group in putting this together. Just very briefly, for those of you who are attending their first Apppn meeting, I'll just say a very little bit about the background of the organization. The Apppn was founded in 2015 at the Hong Kong University of Science and Technology by a group of scholars and practitioners working in universities, colleges, and governments throughout the Asia Pacific region. And the idea behind the association was to be able to come together to promote the development of the policy sciences in the region and provide a forum for high quality, leading edge research in the field from both scholars and practitioners. Since 2015, the Apppn has had very successful live conferences in a number of locations, including Hong Kong, Thailand at the University of Chiang Mai, in China at Tsinghua University, and in Australia at the University of Western Australia, as well as last year, another virtual conference, which was held at the Education University of Hong Kong. So we're very pleased to have this meeting now in Indonesia, and once again thank the University of Airlangga for coming together and sponsoring and organizing this event. Each of the APPN events and programs features a number of topics and areas. You already know the theme of the conference, and that's been spoken to very clearly. The conferences also involve the presentation of research papers on policy theory and practice, and also a number of professional development workshops dealing with subjects like policy pedagogy, research methods, and other topics of interest to association members. The APPN is also affiliated with some other organizations throughout the world, and its members have been very active in those organizations. That includes the International Public Policy Association, which is based in France, which the APPN is affiliated with on a sort of formal basis. And members of the APPN have also developed their own similar kinds of networks and organizations on a national basis in places like India, the Philippines, and here in Canada. Dr. Asmarati and her team have worked closely with IPA, as I mentioned, and they've done so within the tradition of excellence that's been established by the APPN over the years, and have created really a splendid program, which I think participants will enjoy greatly over the next several days. So I think there's no doubt that this conference will help carry the association forward and help achieve the association's aims of promoting and developing better understanding of public policy making and better public policies capable of better meeting the needs of citizens in countries throughout the region. So thank you very much.
Very well. Thank you so much once again to the remarkable speech, Professor Howlett. Thank you so much for joining us a long way from Vancouver. So, ladies and gentlemen, finally, we are going to jump right into our main agenda for the plenary sessions 1. With this, I would like to introduce our moderator who will be managing the session's functionality throughout the event from now on. So, Dr. Oscar Radiandanar, you are pleased to take over from now.
Okay, thank you so much for the Master of Ceremony. Is it clear? I hope that my voice is clear enough and can be heard by all of you in this room. Okay, good morning from Indonesia, everyone, and good afternoon, good night for you in all over the world. And dear the honorable speakers, participants, all colleagues, and welcome to the plenary session 1 of the Asia Pacific Public Policy Network, PPPN, the 7th annual conference with topic is the promoting adaptive systems to the current turbulence within crisis environments, hosted by the Faculty of Social and Political Science, Universitas Airlangga, in collaboration with the Asia Pacific Public Policy Network, Indonesian Association for Public Administration, and Hamad bin Khalifa University. And without mentioning, it's already a very, very nice welcoming remarks and speech from all of the speakers, from all of the presidents, from all of the organizers of this conference. And today, in this plenary session 1, we will have a very, very nice discussions because we will have a very, very nice speakers. Okay, the first speakers will be Professors Anthony Chung. Professor Anthony, are you already in this room? Okay, you are okay. Okay, Professor Anthony. Okay, thank you. And then the second speaker will be Professor Joshua Mokahu. Professor Joshua Mok, are you already in the room Zoom? Okay, Professor Joshua, thank you. And then the third speaker will be Professor Yusuf Irianto. Professor Yusuf? Okay, thank you, Professor Yusuf. And then last but not least, we will have Professor Alex Brillantes, our old and close friend. Professor Alex, welcome. Okay, so let's directly move to the first speaker. The first speaker will be Professor Anthony Cheung. Professor Anthony Cheung is currently the research chair professor of the public administration with the Department of Asian and Policy Studies of the Faculty of Liberal Arts and Social Science, the Education University of Hong Kong. From 2008 until 2012, Professor Cheung was the president of the Hong Kong Institute of Education, the predecessor of the Education University of Hong Kong. Professor Cheung graduated from the University of Hong Kong in 1974 with a bachelor degree in sociology and economics. He later obtained his master in public sector management from the University of Apppn, the UK, and PhD in government from the London School of Economics and Political Science. Professor Cheung's research focused on governance and public administrations, producing over 100 journal articles and book chapters, as well as several authored edited books. He co-founded the Asian Association of Public Administration in 2010 and had been its president. Professor Anthony Cheung also awarded an honorary doctorate of science by Aston University in 2016 and honorary doctorate of education by Education University of Hong Kong in 2017. So please, we will hear a presentation from Professor Anthony Cheung. Of course, it will be very interesting. Ladies and gentlemen, please, we will hear Professor Anthony Cheung. Time and screen is yours, Professor Anthony Cheung.
Thank you very much. Good morning from Hong Kong. Unfortunately, I cannot use the virtual background provided by the organizers because somehow my home computer doesn't support the virtual background. So this is the background is the study room at home where I'm speaking from. This conference centers on crisis environment and turbulence. So what kind of crisis and turbulence are we enduring? Let me share my PowerPoint with the audience. Okay. In my keynote in Hong Kong, for last year's Apppn conference in Hong Kong, I talked about the paradox of governance and public policy in the age of crisis. So let me recall some of the crucial points made. The traditional public administration and management regime has lost its appeal. The pre-existing Wilsonian world order is being exposed to increasingly conflicting visions and interpretations. The rise of Asia and of the Orient has immense implications for the new era. The world is no longer the same after COVID-19. A new normal has dawned. Public policy and public service can no longer be business as usual. The COVID-19 pandemic provides good illustration of this wider evolving context. To start with, let us note two things. First, the COVID crisis has erupted against a global backdrop of rising nationalism, backsliding democracy, declining public trust in governments, mounting rebellion against the inequalities produced by globalization, resurgent great power competition, and promoting international cooperation. Second, there are concurrent crises besides COVID, two other Cs, namely climate change and Cold War 2.0. Last month, the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change released the sixth assessment report on the physical science basis with a dare warning. The dangers of climate change could soon overwhelm the ability of both nature and humanity to adapt unless greenhouse gas emissions are quickly reduced. The UN Secretary General, Antonio Guterres, describes this report as an atlas of human suffering and a damning indictment of failed climate leadership. Yet, the scientists cannot persuade government leaders enough. As shown by COP26 held in Glasgow last November, there is more talk, but still limited action. The spirit is willing, but the flesh is weak. World leaders are trapped by their domestic politics and sometimes seem keener to play geopolitics. Then a war that many considered unthinkable has begun. Russian troops crossed into Ukraine on the 24th of February, instantly creating the most serious conflict in Europe since World War II, and a huge humanitarian crisis. Western sanctions shook Russia's economy. Both Russia and Europe are no longer the same after Ukraine. The global economy might have to endure catastrophic consequences. But this is only the Western front of an unfolding new Cold War. On the Eastern front, the US and its allies are taking a rising China as a major threat, and tension is escalating. A global confrontation portrayed as between democracy and autocracy is transforming geopolitics. Nationalism is on further rise. National security concerns dominate national and international policy discourses. Despite globalization, the world has become less harmonizing or cooperating, or flat, as depicted by Thomas Friedman in his 2005 bestseller. We are living through a transition that feels divisive, disruptive, even catastrophic, where all assumptions and logics no longer hold, and some of the old wheels no longer work. The volatility of a bifurcated world order has permeated domestic politics and policy. Turbulence and uncertainties mark the new normal, as shown by the COVID crisis. Rebuilding resilience is pressing, but no small challenge. Now let's come to COVID. The COVID pandemic has been with us for over 2 years now, longer than anyone, including the experts, could have anticipated at the beginning. As we speak, some 460 million people have been infected and over 6 million lives taken away. Our normal life has been transformed beyond recognition by all kinds of restrictions, social distancing, even occasional lockdowns and bans on international travel. Some lessons can be learned, which there are both leaders and laggers in fighting COVID, varying according to different benchmarks. Some countries have performed better than others in controlling infections and reducing fatalities. The difference in performance between the leaders and laggers, so to speak, can be attributed to factors like crisis awareness, leadership, response strategy, system capacity, professional competence, bureaucratic effectiveness, and public reaction. Some East Asian and Southeast Asian countries and regions, together with the Oceania, have outperformed developing countries in Europe and North America, at least at the beginning. However, with the latest outburst of Omicron, some previously good performers, such as Singapore, Hong Kong, South Korea, and New Zealand, are enduring the worst waves of COVID. As the pandemic prolongs, resilience in terms of reviving social and economic activities also enters the policy equation. Stringent control measures could be at the expense of economic recovery. Hence, the Bloomberg COVID Resilience Ranking and Nikkei COVID Recovery Index have been producing shifting league tables from time to time. Clearly, every country must start from its own footing and formulate a strategy that best suits its specific circumstances and addresses its most pressing problems, public health and otherwise. Individual countries set their own rules and standards in quarantine, vaccination, and international travel bans. Diverse starting points, popular sentiments, national interests, and political agendas together make it more difficult for agreeing on a global formula. Like in climate change, the willingness to work together is weak where it is most needed. Number 3, state intervention. State intervention is critical. As Francis Fukuyama has pointed out quite early on in 2020, COVID performance does not seem to be a matter of regime type. Some democracies have performed well, but others have not. And the same is true for autocracies. He finds 3 factors to be most critical: government capacity, social trust, and leadership. But even some high trust countries have performed badly because of their less than robust governance system and or poor leadership. Most countries, irrespective of ideological inclination, have rolled out economic relief and stimulus packages to keep jobs and to support industries and firms. Some, mostly the advanced economies, have pursued quantitative easing and gone into extensive borrowing to facilitate fiscal responses. Public debt has reached unprecedented levels worldwide. Extremely low interest rates have induced an escalation in housing prices in some markets. Paraphrasing Theodore Skocpol, all seem eager to bring the state back in. But some states and political systems are better resourced and mobilized than others to cope with the crisis and to face the consequences of other nations' actions or failures. New undercurrents, reinforced by changing geopolitics and the rise of nationalism, will be reshaping the political landscape across countries. The post-COVID era is not going to see the state's expanded role contract quickly. Public expectations have gone high with far-reaching implications. And yet, paradoxically, governments and public institutions are fast losing credibility and public trust worldwide, making strong leadership and prompt policy actions more difficult to come by. According to Apppn's Trust Barometer 2022, only 4 in 10 respondents say government can execute and get results. Number 4, who should drive policy? The tension between politics and science. One would have expected that evidence-based policy grounded in scientific and expert advice should drive decision-making targeting a pandemic. However, this is not often borne out by the COVID crisis, even though medical experts are keenly listened to. It is partly because the experts have yet to fully comprehend the nature of the coronavirus and its capability of rapid mutation. There is insufficient hard evidence that speaks for itself to provide a conclusive guide to action. Decisions are often made without full knowledge, resulting in more ambiguity than certainty. Most crucially, public policy must also address public sentiments, politics and prejudice, interests and values, and costs and benefits, which are outside the expertise of many scientists. Expert knowledge can only be one part, often not the most decisive part, of the multi-voiced policy process. Besides, not all governments had initially given due weight to the epidemic threat or heeded the advice and warning of the experts. Some national leaders took a laid-back approach or talked down the risk of COVID. Tensions exist between government leaders and the principal medical and health officers everywhere. Their respective crisis definitions and thus response priorities are seldom identical. Government leaders and ministers have to play the political game. In one country, it is reported that the top science agency has to tailor findings in order to suit the prime minister's political agenda. Leadership and communication styles also matter in crisis recognition and response strategy. Fighting a pandemic is real politics. It can make or break a government and its leader, as shown in the landslide re-election victory of New Zealand's Prime Minister Jacinda Ardern, the failure of Donald Trump to win a second presidential term in the US, and the abrupt departure of former Japanese Prime Minister Yoshihide Suga after barely a year in office. Politics and ideological or cultural debates abound over COVID decisions. The pandemic politics across different countries and systems vary. At the popular level, harsh containment measures such as curfews and lockdowns tend to be controversial. Blanket lockdowns are costly and hard to sustain for a prolonged period. Public protests have broken out over such restrictions and vaccination mandates in several European countries, the US and Canada, and Australia and New Zealand, often intermingled with radical populist politics. Number 5, between saving lives and keeping life as usual or business as usual, the tension between health and economics. COVID was the black swan of 2020. Global economic output fell by 4.2% for the full year. China was the only major economy recording growth at 2.3%. There has been some rebound since then, but recovery remains fragile and uncertain, especially for developing countries. Meanwhile, disruptions to global supply chains are significant, and prices are going up, now made worse by the Ukraine war. Labor markets around the world are badly hit, particularly hurting young people and the poor. Putting more countries back on a favorable growth path requires concerted international action and alignment of national policy responses. But such coordination or alignment is conspicuously absent, unlike in the aftermath of the global financial crisis of 2009, mainly because of geopolitics. With COVID into its third year, most countries are facing the hard dilemma of balancing between saving lives and keeping life as normal. Some have already given up on the infection front and refocused their efforts on the vulnerable, such as the elderly and severe cases, while allowing bans on activities and international travel to be gradually lifted. Contrary to the first year of the pandemic, economic imperatives are now increasingly driving COVID policy decisions. The sixth lesson, can there be an endgame? As infections proliferate, Europe and North America have by default accepted coexistence with COVID because they do not have a choice. Other countries, including some previously championing a stringent suppression or containment approach, like Singapore, Vietnam, Australia, and New Zealand, are switching course towards living with the virus so as to revive the economy. China, the mainland of China, Hong Kong and Taiwan are arguably the most prominent in still keeping a zero infection target. But things are changing. By now, most would agree there is little chance that COVID can be eliminated. The best hope is that its further mutation will turn out milder variants, which human beings could afford living with, assuming full and boosted population-wide vaccination. There should have been more informed discussion on the endgame in the international arena, such as WHO, but regrettably, the current debate tends to be binary. It is even framed by geopolitics as another contest between a liberal and authoritarian or autocratic regime. Is COVID-19 becoming endemic? The view of the WHO is no. According to its Director General, it is dangerous to assume that Omicron will be the last variant or that we are in the endgame. On the contrary, globally, the conditions are ideal for more variants to emerge. Fighting a protracted war requires a continuous readjustment of strategy, reordering of priorities and policy measures, and review of supply lines and logistics. Otherwise, fatigue would loom large and morale might break down. Social and economic disruptions should be scaled down as far as possible to avoid cities becoming hollowed out. Otherwise, the operation is successful, but the patient is dead. Restoring resilience is necessary, but it should not mean taking the pandemic threat lightly. Disruptions, where unavoidable, have to be well managed. And that is the most daunting challenge of the COVID crisis. COVID will stay with us for a longer time, a kind of objective coexistence. Nations have to work closer together on some common strategies, yet the world risks being dichotomized into the coexistence and zero tolerance camps. Now, some final observations. It is clear the world order is open to more conflicts and rivalries. A process of rebalancing is ongoing. We need to acknowledge there are multiple paths towards a broader modernity and governance within a polypolar, multicultural, and interdependent world. Can common pursuits coexist with diverse economic, cultural, and institutional experiences and preferences, especially in facing up to major global threats like COVID and climate change? That is the ultimate question. Within individual, national, or domestic settings, policy uncertainty is also the new normal amid a turbulent environment. Rebalancing among these different interests, aspirations, and perspectives cannot be avoided, which requires facilitation by competent leadership. And this points to our fourth C, capacity. Capacity of government and capacity of leadership, which unfortunately is also in crisis, as evidenced by the decline in government authority, credibility, and the ability to mobilize people. Old politics have lost appeal, both the traditional political or bureaucratic regime and managerialism, because they have assumed a relatively stable governmental system or liberal market, which no longer can be taken for granted. Social trust in institutions is on the decline. As the COVID shock vividly shows, there are inherent tensions between science and politics, and between science and economics in policymaking. Politics are becoming more populist, with many crises, many issues easily construed in binary and extreme perspectives. A paradoxical context prevails for policymakers and policy analysts around the world. The specific national or local situation may well vary, but the worrisome undercurrents and volatile global habitat seem equally challenging to all systems. And that is my presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Professor Anthony Chung, for a very, very interesting, very, very nice presentation. I'm highlighting some of points from your presentation. First, we need to rethinking the traditional public administration and management, and you already presented this from Apppn in 2021, and right now you highlighting again, and this is very, very important, of course, for the future of public administration. And then the second one, you mentioned about paradoxical context for response strategies and policy adaptations. 6 lessons, a globalized world means a risk world. And then they are both leaders and laggards. State intervention is critical. And who should drive policy? And then right now, of course, we face tensions between health and economics. And can there be an end game? And you also mentioned about the word that faces 4 C's. Professor Anthony Chung, thank you so much for a very, very interesting presentation. And actually, there are some questions for you, Professor Anthony Chung, but later on we will discuss it in the next question and answer session.
Okay.
And okay, for the next presenter, for the next speaker, ladies and gentlemen, we will have Professor Joshua Mokkahu. Professor Joshua Mok is the Vice President and concurrently Laman Sanche Professor of Comparative Policy of Lingnan University. Before joining Lingnan, Professor Joshua Mok was the Vice President, Research and Development, and Chair Professor of Comparative Policy of the Hong Kong Institute of Education, and the Associate Dean and Professor of Social Policy, Faculty of Social Science at the University of Hong Kong. Prior to this, Professor Mok was appointed as the founding chair professor in East Asian Studies and established the Center for East Asian Studies at the University of Bristol, United Kingdom. Professor Joshua Mok right now is Vice President, Supervisor of Director of Lingnan Institute of Further Education, Lingnan Institute of Further Education, Co-Director of the Institute of Policy Studies, and he's the Dean of the School of Graduate Studies at the Lingnan University. Professor Mok completed his undergraduate studies in Public and Social Administration at the City University of Hong Kong in 1989 and received a Master and PhD in Sociology from the Chinese University of Hong Kong in 1991 and the London School of Economics and Political Science in 1994, respectively. So, Professor Joshua Mok, please, time and screen is yours. Sorry, Professor Joshua, I think you need to unmute.
So can you see the PowerPoint?
Okay, very, very clear. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for the invitation. I would like to congratulate Professor Zhang for highlighting the most important context for today's conference, and thanks him. He's actually my mentor, and I would like to link my presentation today with his. And Professor Zhang outlined about the current crisis confronting governments around the world. And my story is very much a historical review of a state in East Asia, which is a Chinese story, trying to understand about crisis and turbulent time, not necessarily facing that we are facing today, but I think many countries around the world, including China, has been experiencing a different form of crisis or uncomfortable times. And my presentation draws on my recent research regarding about social policy expansion. And when people talk about social policy intervention by the state in China, would come to some sort of initial conclusion, especially looking into the recent transformation in the welfare development in China mainland, may come to the conclusion that China seems to go towards a more welfare universalism. So my piece of work, I would like to look into the case of China to see and examine how China transformed its social welfare setting, and especially reflecting about the role of the state vis-a-vis the market, the civil society, and other stakeholders. My sub-theme of the topic is about productivist construction of selective welfare capitalism in China. So I think earlier on, as I mentioned, is a historical review, plus also some statistical analysis regarding about social policy transformation in mainland China. And I think in China, similarly, about 20 years ago, like other developing countries try to learn about the best practices elsewhere by looking into how other welfare regimes have been successful, in what way they can identify good practices elsewhere to transform the situation in China. And China also followed some sort of global influence, in my opinion, which is about neoliberalism approach in adopting some of the ideas and also elements and practices for marketizing social welfare services and social provision. So the introduction of market forces and practices, including the provision of housing, education, and health provision going towards the market, have led to many social problems. And with excessive emphasis of the market elements placed on social policy and welfare reform about 10, 20 years ago, the government in China was criticized for denying its responsibilities to provision better welfare for its citizens. It's a kind of, crisis, may not be a turbulent, but it's a kind of, people ask, citizens in China raise a concern about criticizing the government at that point for denying their social responsibility. So how to address the citizens' concern? I think we go back to Wen Jiabao and Hu Jintao's regime from 2003 and 2013. and they review about the political and economic situation by revisiting about the way they handle about social welfare transformation, by looking into the increasing income gaps and also the intensifying social inequality and worsening regional disparity resulting from over or excessive element being put into the transformation that I just briefly outlined. And since the regime, even after the retirement of Wu Wan leadership in 2013, we see social expansion in social policy and social service transformation still keep on. So the Chinese government has expanded social policy and welfare provision to address the changing social and welfare needs of East people since then. So the question for me for sharing about in this of research is about this paper. Number one, has the mainland China developed a new welfare regime or regimes? Because China is so big, one regime model might not be able to conceptualize the situation in China. And has mainland China shifted from productive dimension based on economic liberalization to a more protective welfare regime characterized by the redistribution of welfare benefits to promote social justice and social right? The third question in my research, I asked, how do these changes affect different localities? As a given, China is a huge country and the variation in terms of region should be take a look. I start with the classical discussion drawing from the West with the classical publication by Apppn about the 3 roads to welfare capitalism. And this work is a classic when we are talking about welfare transformation, not only in the West, but now extending to OECD states and more people debating about East Asia by adopting these 3 roles of welfare capitalism as a kind of framework in analyzing about the development of welfare transformation in East Asia. So the global discussion has grown extensively to Asia, and East Asian Social Policy Network has promoted a sustained discussion and debates on the issues of welfare and its provision in East Asian region. And of course, a few critiques identify a potential mismatch between the Addison's typology and the foundation of welfare system in East Asian region. I just highlight a few of major criticism about just borrowing this framework in understanding East Asia. Like in Holiday argue, this is impossible to place East Asian countries in this particular framework. Huang from Korea believed that despite the significant changes in welfare provisions in East Asia, and this is yet to amount to a shift in the core foundation of their welfare production logic. And some of others may look about the difference between welfare belief between the West and the East. And my team also highlight there's no significant difference of China's welfare regime when analyzing the social policy expansion and welfare reform in the countries in the last 2 decades. But how far the marketization and privatization of social welfare provision have resulted in increasing income gap and intensifying about the social inequality. I think Wu Wan's administration tried to start the scientific outlook of development is very much similar to the sustainable development we talk about in UN and UNESCO. And to achieve the social cohesion, I think the Chinese government has tried to respond positively through the expansion of social welfare with adjustment in terms of its measures and strategies in managing about the society. So the following figure gives you the data regarding about the expansion of social support for social security, employment, education, and healthcare, reporting the increasing commitment of the state. When we're talking about the state here, not only about the central government, but primarily the local government, because under the decentralization framework about in China, local government will foot the bill when reform being conducted in social welfare expansion. So this is a key debate when seeing about the investment and expansion of social welfare provision in the mainland. People, different scholars, and they began to look into whether that sort of involvement of the state would become more protective going towards the redistributive in orientation rather than the productive, welfare regime that we understand in many of the East Asian countries, particularly about 10 and 15 years ago. So the changes in the welfare provisions have raised a question about in the mainland if they have shifted from this paradigm. And I try to understand these changes. I think we have to take into the index of the Chinese welfare expenditure by years. And I would like to show you some figure. So this is the productive welfare index with those protective welfare index as comparison. And we found that based upon the statistic and also looking into different regions in terms of the welfare provision, we have found an interesting phenomenon in the mainland. It's about a fragmented welfare system. And then this is a kind of social citizenship is not equally be shared among the Chinese citizens. And when looking into the Chinese regime, I think we have to look into the imbalanced welfare provision across urban and also rural area. The fragmentation of the Chinese welfare provision is reflected in the duality split between the urban and rural areas. But having said that, we must look that the Chinese government realized about the gap, and the last 10 years has been trying to bridge the gap. And the expansion of social welfare in the rural area since 2003 was done for social inclusion of presence. So don't misunderstand that, I'm arguing Chinese government has done nothing to address about the gap between the rural and the urban. In the last 10 years, actually, the government in China has done a lot in trying to bridge the gap. But with the huge size of geography in China, we cannot expect the different level of development to be consistently be found across regions. So the welfare expansion has not drastically changed the balance between rural and urban area, despite the effort I just outlined. And this is definitely so true about the gap between some of the major social provision in terms of just like the hospital beds. And we also see the unequal welfare benefit across different occupations, because the Chinese social security system are based upon occupation, particularly favoring about the urban area. And the employees in the urban public sector, comprising mainly the government departments and official social organizations, are provided with comprehensive social insurance coverage and enjoy relatively high benefits. By contrast, employees serving in the non-public urban sector have low social security benefit with strict rules. But however, the gap has been, trying to be bridged by the government, but still the reality indicated by data is still a kind of, variations. And when we read about the involvement of the state and also the improvement of the welfare provision, some scholars would argue China has shifted from the productivist welfare capitalism to a welfare regime which carry about the redistributive orientation. However, the data that we analyze show the productive welfare policies are still the priority adopted by the Chinese regime. And due to the China's great and huge geographical locations and the different development stage of localities, I think it is bound to see the different welfare arrangement, across regions. And we have to understand about the situation in China, despite the effort of the central government, but the central government issue policy very much depending on the local government implementation of the policy directives. So China is now experimenting on a selective welfare capitalism, featured by significant variation in the welfare provision, and we have to take looks about the regionalism. And the welfare benefits are substantially reliant on the local fiscal capacity. More importantly, it's about the political will and also the implementation capacity of the local government. So this is consistent to what Professor Anthony Cheung has just mentioned. I think whether the government would have the political will, this is one, but more importantly, it's about the implementation capacity. It also builds upon about the political trust. And quite a number of research being conducted in the last 2 decades regarding political trust in the mainland. And people in general are of high trust of the central government, but not necessarily about the trust in the local governments. So without the trust system in place, it would be very difficult to local government to push about policy reform in implementing about the social policy changes in the mainland. And China is currently having diverse welfare provision and social protection experience by authorizing productive welfare measures as outlined in the data. And the government has tactically worked with different legs, in my opinion, corresponding to the diverse social, economic, and political changes of locality and regions. And the Chinese government adopts a paternalistic welfare pragmatism in governing its welfare regime. The Chinese model of welfare and social policy expansion is highly selective and pragmatic, and the Chinese government has taken the unique approach to enhance its political legitimacy through welfare provisions. The post-Mao leaders try very carefully to balance social changes and social stability as a response to the increasing dissatisfaction of various social groups during the market transitions. And the market transition also generate a lot of pressure and also politics and also crisis for the government to manage. And it might not be turbulence as the COVID-19 pandemic, but it's certainly a political uncertainty for government to manage. And going against the Western belief, the Chinese leader tried to reinvent the traditional Chinese thought and values such as the Confucianism, Buddhism, Taoism to promote social harmony instead of the social cohesion when we understand from the Asian social cohesion radar. So China is facing the considerable regional disparities, a persistent urban-rural fragmented social security system, and complex social inequality related problems. But having said that, the Chinese central government has tried very hard to address this issue outlined above. So in response to the rapid socio-economic and political changes, the Chinese welfare regime has experienced significant transformation with a combination of cultural traditions, institutional legacies, and dynamic social changes. And adopting to these changes could lead to a formation of a new regime or even regimes, because I don't think it is so scientific to conceptualize Chinese welfare development only with one model, because China is huge enough. And when we pay attention to the regional variation, we can appreciate about the complexity of policy implementation and welfare politics in China. And due to China's very big geographical size and the diverse development patterns and trends, we should cautiously conceptualize China's welfare regime. So I come to my reflection about the theme of the conference is about the role of the state in managing crisis and turbulence time. Reflecting upon the role of the state in managing the changing social needs and welfare demands across different parts of the country, this is clear that the Chinese government has been successful in managing the complexity of welfare politics from a very tactical way. So in response to the rapid socio-economic and political changes, the Chinese welfare regime has experienced significant transformation with a combination of cultural traditions, institutional legacies, and dynamic social changes. In my opinion, reflecting upon the special role of the state, particularly central government, I think Chinese government being very adaptive and entrepreneurial has tried to adopt ideas and practices with strong neoliberal orientation to quest for Chinese welfare capitalism without fundamentally shifting to the philosophical basis of market-driven welfare reforms. So the welfare market reform, when people say, oh, welfare being introduced in the market, but this is a state-governed market. When reflecting on the role of the Chinese state in managing the crisis during the COVID-19 pandemic period, we also witness how China differs from other countries in anti-COVID-19 measures. And due to China's vast geographical size and diverse development patterns and trends, we should cautiously conceptualize China's welfare regimes purely depending on welfare expenditures. So we must take the central-local relations, the diverse regional variation, the historical institutional arrangement into consideration when examining the role of the Chinese state in managing the increasingly complex and social economic issues. So I want to conclude my presentation by just relating to Professor Zhang's final remarks. When talking about whether we have to bring the state back in, and I think every state have to come back in turbulence time. But in what way the state can work closely with different non-state sector and actors by rebalancing about the interests of different actors and sectors would come to the art of politics and also the art of public administration. And this is ongoing, rebalancing effort to be sustained in future. And certainly that my presentation just, reflect upon part of the experience in China. And during China, I cannot overclaim that, the piece of study can represent different part of China because China is so big. A province in China is big enough as a European country. So I'm also cautious myself whenever talking about China, the more I learn about my country, the more I don't know. So I become a primary student trying to do more research to understand the situation in my country. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Professor Mok, for the nice presentation and also for the nice conclusion. Yeah, I think very, very interesting because you mentioned about the experience and the journey of China's, in particularly regarding the marketization, privatization of social welfare profession in China. And according to your research, there are some conclusions, and of course, some findings. But interesting thing is you mentioned that you a kind of propose or recommend what you call by adaptive and entrepreneurial state. And again, this is the experience of China. And as you say that China is a very, very big country, and maybe it'll be different, from one to another. If you say that you yourself that you learn about China, the more you learn about China, the more you don't know about China. It's very, very, very interesting. Okay, thank you, Professor Bok, for nice presentation. There are also some questions, and before we entering the question and answer sessions, I would like to remember everyone, if you have any questions or comments regarding the presentations from our honorable speakers, please you can write it in the chat room. Okay, for the next speakers will be Professor Yusuf Irianto. So Professor Dr. Haji Yusuf Irianto is a professor in the field of human resource management at Airlangga University, and of course, a professor at the Department of Public Administration, Faculty of Social and Political Science, Airlangga University. Professor Yusuf Irianto has a number of specialization in the field of public administration, namely management studies, human resource management, public service management, public sector administration and strategic management, and organization and management. Professor Yusuf has published many books and articles. Some of his books are A New Paradigm in Human Resource Management, Principal Theme in Human Resource Management, Basic Principles of Training Management, and Human Resource Management in Public Sector. It will be interesting. We'll hear from Professor Yusuf Irianto. Please, Professor Yusuf Irianto, time and screen is yours, Professor.
Okay, thank you very much. Allow me to show my presentation. Okay, you can see my presentation. Dr. Oka?
Very, very clear, Professor. Please.
And you hear my sound?
Very clear. Very clear. Okay, thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much for Dr. Oscar Radian Danar as moderator, providing me with an opportunity to present my ideas and opinion in this great moment of international conference organized by Universitas Airlangga. Thank you very much. As usual, I have to mention about the someone in this session, to Honorable and Excellency of East Java Vice Governor and Vice Rector of Universitas Airlangga, and all steering committee from Apppn and IAPA, and also to organizing committee of the conference from Faculty of Social and Political Sciences, and also to all key native speaker, presenter, and participants. Good morning and very well greeting from me in Surabaya for your ladies and gentlemen. Somehow, please allow me in this plenary session, because I would like to introduce myself. My name is Yusuf Irianto from Faculty of Social and Political Sciences, Universitas Airlangga, Indonesia. Also, please allow me in this beautiful morning, I give a presentation about Indonesia experience regarding the certain policy of maximizing demographic dividend and the prospect policy that can be developed to make sure that the citizen or the people of Indonesia remain productive. Okay, next slide. Ladies and gentlemen, directly, I begin this presentation by showing two tables in this and next slide about population survey and their result conducted by one of the Indonesian government agency, namely the Indonesian National Statistic Agency. Usually we call it as Badan Pusat Statistik or BPS. I think this is an important table because showing three kind of and characteristic of Indonesian demographic survey conducted by the BPS since 2015. As we can see in this table, the survey consisted of the inter-census population survey conducted by BPS in 2015, and the second was population survey in 2020, last 2 years, and the third was national labor force survey in 2021 last year during the pandemic era. As we can see in the table, that each survey has a different meaning and purpose, of course. So, what kind of the next slide? This slide, we have got something specific information about result of each population and labor survey. The data show that based on the data retrieved from the table survey by BPS, we can take a conclusion that Indonesian population is dominated by millennial Z X generation. The result of the survey are most important thing that we have to transfer demographic potential. I think this is a very, very potential for our country, transforming into reality that contributing and creating economic value for Indonesia. In this summary of the table, we can see that millennial workforce reaching 51 million people, and the generation X workforce is also still reaching in high figure of 45 million people. So Indonesia has around 96 million people, productive people, to contribute development in our nation. Also, as can be seen in this table, during the pandemic era in 2021, we know that Indonesia as a country was entering era of demographic dividends. No, Indonesia is a blessing in disguise, I think. Take a moment that the people, especially young people, to contribute in development. So this is an opportunity that we have to reach up. We know that Indonesia as a country was entering era of demographic dividend, where the productive age, namely 15 until 64 years, dominating population in the country. So this is a very, very good condition, I think. In this slide, next slide, we know that what kind of benefit or some advantages that Indonesia can get out. So, ladies and gentlemen, we all know that most experts or scholars in the world have agreed that the demographic dividends contributes the country in form of some benefits. I mentioned about the four benefit from dividend demographic for Indonesia. In this context, Indonesia can reap benefit or demographic dividend, such as long-term economic growth for the nation, investment in human capital, and also increased productivity. This is very, very good idea. to make Indonesia become a great nation in the world. However, there are some group of people, especially experts and other stakeholders, concerning that Indonesia will fail to reap the benefit of demographic bonus or demographic dividend unless the Indonesian government is able to take advantage the opportunity by a certain effective policy. So this moment is very good to discuss about what kind of policy the government of Republic of Indonesia to translate potential into reality for contribute the people in better condition for the future. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to mention about the policy that government of Republic Indonesia government can the benefit of demographic dividend must meet some requirement. In this slide, we can see that our government has developed at least 4 policy formulation related to 4 areas. The first area is provision of employment. We can take advantages of any advantages of bonus demography or demography dividend if we have to provide people, especially young people, with employment for new workforce of around 3.6 million jobs annually. This is a big problem for our government, so that a strong effort have to make for our government to make availability of the workforce for the job. And the second policy is quality of human resource management. Our government trying to improve quality and skill of experts in teaching and providing material through prospective workers, so that the higher education and vocational education is have a specific and important role in order to develop quality of human resources in Indonesia. And the third policy formulation is about increasing quality of health services. This is the big problem for our country, because during the pandemic, we have face any problem, especially due to the service for the patient of COVID-19. But Alhamdulillah, Indonesia can reap the successfulness to handle any problem during COVID area. So thank you for our government of Indonesia. Increasing quality of health services, focusing on the lower middle income community. This is a still a problem but for us, and how can we overcome any problem in the middle income community and below. And the fourth policy formulation from government of Indonesia is promoting quality of education. Besides health sector, we are experiencing about education problem, so that the seem that our government have a specific homework that has to be overcome constantly. Especially regarding health and education services, there are various groups both in Indonesia and other countries always worry about based on evidences of the public services performance as standard that has been able to be achieved, so that we can say that the average of achievement of performance below standard, I think. This is still a homework for us. In this sense, we are aware that health and education service are still being a big problem. Our government, both central and also in local government, of course, need an extra hard working in order to improve health and education services as a significant homework that must be completed immediately. This is a big homework, I think. Next slide. In this 6 slides, it is what kind of the policy of government Indonesia in the health sector. This is the thing that in the health sector, Indonesia government is striving to provide community with the best service for 2 schemes of policy. That the first one is by maintaining the fertility growth rate at 2.1% annually. This is the sacral point, I think, 2.1% annually, not below or not above. And the second is by reducing maternal and infant mortality rates to their lowest point in a short time. We still got a big problem in the mortality of mother and infant and so on. So that the focus of the policy in health sector should be through the reducing in the infant and mother mortality rate. And then the seventh, quickly, what kind of the policy in education from Indonesia? Meanwhile, we can see this part of my presentation that in the education sector, the Indonesian government is trying to make improvement that are no less important in the form of one, reforming the education system. This is the reform that focus on the system of education from basic and then higher education. You know that the Universitas Airlangga is trying to overcome any problem in the sector of education in Indonesia, because we have to change dramatic change is I think in order to make develop human resource in Indonesia, so that the participation of people, especially young people, can increase. And then the second effort is opening of space for the public debate to debate about the discourse on developing the most appropriate education system model, something like facility, quality of teacher, and then a curriculum, and so on. I think this is an important role because it is famous from the people that Indonesia have various policy on curriculum in education. People always say that the change government mean change curriculum in Indonesia. This is a ridiculous, I think, and we should discuss seriously about the curriculum formulation in Indonesia. And the third is seeking to develop the talent of younger generation. This is not about the choice between by nature or by environment or nurturing, because we know that some national stakeholders are optimistic that policy to improve education sector will result in better education condition to develop potential and talents of school-age children. So we are sure that the environment in education sector is very, very important to determine the quality of human resource in Indonesia, I think. From generating talent to nurturing talent. Nurturing means that we have to make a good condition, good policy to make a young generation to choose their life in the future through education system in Indonesia. And then I want to say that there are important programs for young people that our government have to formulate. Yeah. From this slide, we know that our Indonesian government seems like very, very serious about developing potential of the younger generation. We have to intervene in education and health for younger generation. And then we unite with the government and other people, other stakeholders, especially with education and health experts in Indonesia. We have to provide the people with intensive socialization of various issues and programs to welcome the demographic dividend, especially for young generation, junior and high school students, sensitive to education, nutrition, and health. Also, as can be seen in this slide, we know that the effort focuses on education and health intervention to various programs, various parties, specifically academics, and as well as improving access to continuing education and providing better health facilities. So we are sure that the program will make a better condition, especially for young people in Indonesia. The next slide, I want to show that. Okay. From this slide, we all Indonesian people should be proud of the existence of a population expert who is always care deeply for Indonesia. Her name is Anna Booth. Maybe you know her. She is now a professor emeritus from a leading university in Australia, namely Australian National University. And as far as I know, she is now living in UK. In this slide, we can see Anna Booth's opinion and prediction about the demographic condition of Indonesia dividend in different period. The period is from 2010 until 2020 decade, from before decade, period 1971 until 2020, and the problem that Indonesia face or experience. There are very interesting opinion from Anna Booth that Indonesia is currently in the honeymoon. So there's a good word, I think, honeymoon period with a demographic bonus, with 70% of the population being a productive age. You can imagine, compare with Japan as example. Japan is not 20%, below 20% for the productive age. According to Anna Booth, Indonesia can reap the benefit of demographic opportunities if government is able to provide employment opportunities for the productive age population. So this is the big problem that Indonesia still overcome day by day, because benefit of the demographic bonus can only be reaped if the state is able to provide productive employment for the population aged 15 until 65 years. So this is a homework for Indonesian government in order to cope the problem for the young people, especially in the employment shift. And then, what kind of the program to respond opinion of Anna Booth? We believe that not just increasing spending on education, health, money or budget, because responsibility for primary and secondary education and health is delegated to local government. This is the decentralization of government. So the local government in East Java, for instance, has an authority to make a specific policy in order to increase the quality of primary and secondary school in East Java. Because we have still facing disparity between the region. Not all have region in Indonesia have same resources and policy as needed. So East Java is the leading province in Indonesia. Meanwhile, there are some province in Eastern Indonesia still have a big problem in the education and health facilities. Based on Anna Booth's view and prediction, we also highlight condition of population aged 65 years and over. In this context, Indonesian government is recommended to remain consistent by providing the best health services for the people. So I think that this suggestion is intended so that old age population still or remains productive and able to make a contribution positively to the development of welfare in Indonesia. This is my opinion to respond about the statement of Anna Booth. This effort, I think, can involving 5 parties as formulated in the form of pentahelix scheme. In addition, be said to the government, it is also involving private companies, universities or higher education in Indonesia or other countries, mass media, there are some mass media, electronic or printed media, and international parties sharing the task of overcoming health problem. This is in East Java, as my experience I have got, that there are some institution, NGO or government from Australia, Germany, United States, Japan, and so on have made a best partnership with government of Indonesia, including local government in East Java, that together overcome the problem of education and health sector. To end of my presentation, I have to present about how that our government think about the aging management. How about our government? How about Indonesian government? From this slide, we can see that the Indonesian government takes seriously to make Indonesia people, even the elderly, not only young people, remain productive, so that we can make something like sustainability benefit from demographic dividend. In this context, I mentioned about Indonesian Ministry of Development Planning in 2017 suggested that the government, our government, should prepare a specific program or a certain program for the elderly people as early as possible from now. This plan may be related to the government target in 2045, where our country, Indonesia, commemorates 100 years of independence as a large and developed country in the world through the support of productivity by every people, every citizen in Indonesia, big city or small city. In addition, the government also sees the condition of other countries, namely Russia or Japan or something like that, which has experienced a decline due to the large number of elderly people without good preparation. In this context, the Indonesian government is also trying to inspire young people to work hard and not be lazy to rely on the mercy of the government or other parties. So we can support the people, not only young people, but also elderly people to take advantage in the context of development in our country, Indonesia. So to end my presentation, today, please allow me trying to concrete as much as possible that the Indonesian government, like India or something like that as an example, should continue to make policy focusing on developing education for each generation in order to maximize benefit of demographic dividend in a sustainable manner. Indonesia government also remains consistent focusing on policy to improve quality of health services, especially for mother, babies, and elderly people. The policy, I think, must be holistic and systemic and consistent in order to implement day by day, year by year. Meanwhile, I suggest that young people must have a burning passion to work hard, continue to learn and cultivate it concerning for others to create a better social and economic life for now and the future. That's all my presentation, ladies and gentlemen. Once again, thank you very much. I am looking forward for a better conference next year, inshallah. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Wow, thank you so much, Professor Yusuf Irianto, for a very, very nice presentation. I think Indonesian government policymaker should hear this presentation, yeah, to what's that? To enhance their knowledge and, of course, making a better policy, because I think this is a very, very nice and comprehensive presentation from Professor Yusuf. So Professor Yusuf mentioned regarding the future of Indonesia from demographic perspective. Of course, his expertise, yeah, regarding the human resource and Indonesian government and Indonesia overall will get actually demographic bonus. And the question is how to translate potential into reality. I'm highlighting also that Indonesia can reap benefits of demographic bonus, yeah, if first we can create employment provisions, human resource quality, health services, and quality and quantity of educations. Professor Yusuf also quoted Annie Booth that mentioned Indonesia is in a honeymoon period. 70% is in a productive age. But of course, we have some problems in education. Interesting, change government, change curriculum, Professor. And then also a problem regarding health services. Very, very interesting. Okay, we will move to the next speaker, And later on, again, we will have a discussion session with Professor Chung, with Professor Yusuf, Professor Mop. And right now we will have Professor Alex Brillantes. I'm sure that you already familiar because Professor Alex is very, very popular. Professor Alex is a professor and former dean of the National College of Public Administration and Governance of the University of the Philippines, Diliman. After his stint as a dean of the National College of Public Administration and Governance for 2 terms, he served as a commissioner of the Commission on Higher Education. He was also the director of the Local Government Academy at the Department of Interior and Local Government. Professor Alex earned his PhD of Political Science from University of Hawaii at Manoa, USA, and Master from the University of Hawaii at Manoa also, and Master of Public Administration from University of the Philippines, and Bachelor of Art in Political Science from the University of the Philippines. Dr. Brillantes was a visiting professor at Kobe University, Queensland University in Australia, guest professor at Meiji University in Japan. He also attended special trainings at the Institute of Policy Studies at Washington, D.C. and the Kennedy School of Government of Harvard University. Professor Brillantes, of course, because of his expertise, has served consultant on governance and development administration concern for development administration concern for several international bilateral and multilateral institutions. He also held positions in various academic and professional organizations such as chair of the Philippine Social Science Council, president of the Philippine Society for Public Administration, PSPA, Secretary General of the Association of School of Public Administration in the Philippines, and the Deputy Secretary General of the Eastern Regional Organization for Public Administration. Professor Alex, please, time and screen is yours.
Thank you very much. Terima kasih banyak, my friend. It's good to see you again. And I will indeed make my presentation within 30 minutes as you suggested, but it will be shorter than that, I hope. Okay, so I guess the advantage, I learned so much from Professor Anthony Chung, a very, very respected scholar in the region. It's good to see you, Professor Chung, and of course to our other panelists, and of course to Professor Yusuf. I learned so much about the dividend, the democratic dividend. I think, anyway, about our population, demographic dividend, and I think a lot of that resonates to us also in the Philippines because that's also one particular issue that we talk about. But today, dear friends, I'm going to talk about adapting, if you may. Our topics really turbulence, crisis, and I'm sure you've seen the next slide. But it's always good to revisit it. Okay, our topic: current turbulence, crisis environment. You've heard this a million times. People talk about VUCA. We've heard this many, many times, but it continues up to today. The world is volatile, uncertain, complex, and of course, ambiguous. And what I'll talk about today really, take you from VUCA, I'll talk about the response, if you may, of public administration and public policy, which, by the way, is a very, very strong subfield, if you may, of public administration, a paradigm model that we've developed, a theory, if you may, on 5 E's in an A. I've shared this before, but perhaps I'd like to revisit it because I think it's germane to today's discussion and focusing on the next generation. Then we'll talk about futures thinking, then the impact assessment. So this will dive deep into policy and the concerns of policy analysis, no? And then I'll talk about leadership, which of course was touched upon and given a lot of emphasis by our previous speakers, of course, including, of course, Dr. Anthony Chung. Okay. So we've heard this before, I know, but you know what? I loved Noam Chomsky. I would listen to him when I was in graduate school, and he's still here to today. As a matter of fact, I listened to he's already 93 years old. And he had a very nice forum quite recently where my student is studying. You know him, Oscar. Her name is Pia Lorenzo. She was one of the Noam Chomsky awardees, if you may, a young scholar like yourself, bright scholar like yourself. But Noam at 93 years old talked about this. Indeed, very, very relevant to our concern of crisis and turbulence. And of course, Noam talked about the context of turbulence. He talked about environmental catastrophe. Our previous speakers talked about this, no? But equally important, the pandemic and virus. Again, our previous speakers talking about this. It's really a crisis, context of turbulence crisis. No, we talk about that in one, but equally important, the security paradox. Even as we speak, we're all aware of what's going on right now in Russia and in Ukraine, okay? And of course, the nuclear disaster, possible nuclear disaster, and of course, the deterioration of democracy, talked about also by previous speakers. And of course, now Noam emphasized the fact that the international solidarity, internationalism, maybe not nationalism is more important, and equally important, as our previous speakers mentioned, the role of education. Anthony himself, president of the university, I was myself in the education sector. It's very, very important, but equally important, it's important for us in the room today. Many of you are young public administration policy analysis scholars, and maybe that's something that we should talk about within the context of the intergenerational equities I'll talk about in a while. Okay, these are just some very, very important slides. This was in 1960. We thought we were on the brink of nuclear war, but of course it did not happen. But are people talking about this today? It's kind of scary in the sense that we're actually talking about this right now. Hey, this is what the potential threat to existential threat to our existence. Not only the pandemic, not only the climate change, but hey, something that's man-made. Is it a possible nuclear third world war? We don't know, but we're actually talking about that. And we were almost there in the 1960s. It was averted, okay? So in our own study, I'm very happy. Some of you might know, of course, Professor Ali Farasman. At one point, we published an article, which we did for the Philippine context, wherein we emphasized public policy, public administration. It was by the way, without being presumptuous, you can download it. I can send it to you. But it's about what we talk about, our take on public administration. You have two things: administration and public. Administration, public. Of course, when we talk about administration, we talk about economy, the classics: economy, efficiency, effectiveness, classic management. But I think the more important thing for us in public administration and public policy is public. Who is our public? For whom? For whom? Of course, good old-fashioned ethics and accountability. So that's what we call the 5 E's in an A. But what economy, efficiency, effectiveness, administration, and equity, and ethics and accountability, which will be the 2 other E's. I would like to focus on, in response to our topic today, on this whole issue of intergenerational equity. And as I said, this was published quite recently in the Global Encyclopedia for Public Administration, edited by Dr. Prasman, Global Administration, Public Policy, and Governance. So I'd like to focus on that. Why? Because at the end of the day, all of us around the room, are products of we had our ancestors, and we ourselves will be ancestors. Okay. Question: this emphasizes that we should minimize, among other things, I mentioned climate change, adverse impacts on resources, environment for future generations. Future generations. That's what we're talking about today. Not only in terms of climate change, not only in terms of environment, but equally important when we talk about policy analysis. When we talk about public administration, this has impact to the impact upon the next generation. And of course, this is just a slide I just took from what's going on right now. You know, it's many of the things that are happening today, those who are affected are the next generation. These are the children. These are the children. Question: what is the impact of the turbulence, the crisis that we're all going on through now? Okay. So of course, you've heard of Greta Thunberg, brilliant young student, no? But who really, in one sense, chastise the older ones, the older generations, ourselves included. People are suffering, people are dying, entire ecosystems are collapsing. Yet all you talk about, no, we have mass extinction is about to happen. Point: intergenerational equity. Point: many of the things that we are experiencing today, turbulence, our topic today, crisis, are products of the previous events, but equally important, have impact on the next generation. And I think that's what we should talk about, give a lot of emphasis. Well, what is intergenerational equity? It's really about, let's see now, Sophie Howe, she's, I think she's a Canadian, but I know that one of our panelists is from Canada, from Vancouver, beautiful city. But anyway, Sophie, I think, talked about, or she's from Wales, I'm sorry. But I thought she was, but pardon me. Anyway, Sophie talked about intergenerational equity when she talked about the good ancestor test. We should be good ancestors. Sustainable development is the balance between economic progress and environmental protection. The notion of sustainable development is on the slide. But the point is, many of the things today should think of our grandchildren, our grandchildren, our children, our grandchildren. And question: what's going to be the impact of the crisis, the turbulence today? equally important, what's going to be the impact of the policies that we are crafting and implementing today upon the next generation. I thought I wanted to focus on that. Yeah, Sophie talked about we should act in a manner wherein which seeks to ensure that the needs of the present are met without compromising the ability of future generations. You have heard this before. You've heard this before, I'm sure. But equally important, I think it's always good for us to go back to the good old-fashioned sustainable development where we're actually borrowing from the next generation. And what's going to be the impact of our policies as far as that's concerned. So our greatest responsibility is to be good ancestors. That's what Jonas Salk and Sophie also mentioned that. We should be good ancestors. Allow our children to have their future. Okay, so I guess within the context of our topic today on promoting adaptive systems to the current turbulence, I think I'll talk about two things within the context of PPN. The importance of futures thinking, right? The importance of anticipatory governance and the importance of leadership, which Anthony has also touched upon later on. Anthony has talked about earlier. Futures thinking is really an approach to strategic decision. Point is strategic decisions that consider what is likely to change and what is likely to stay the same in the future. Futures thinking can be an important defense against civilizational challenges posed by a very unpredictable environment. Unpredictable environment. Somebody talked about what is that now? Somebody talked about the really indeed the black swan, etc., the gray elephant, etc. These were all unpredictable. Question. We in public administration. Question. We in political science. We had all these scenarios. It wasn't really as predicted as it wasn't. So the point is really, when one talks about futures thinking, we try to, I guess, come up with strengthen the discipline of policy analysis in terms of coming up with specific evidence for the future. And I'll talk about that momentarily. But public administration and public policy and futures thinking is really an approach to identifying long-term issues and challenges, shaping the future development of a policy. What are the policies we're doing today? We talk about the demographic dividend, as was mentioned earlier by Professor Joshua. I think that's really a very important aspect. In the future, you're talking about the demographic dividend, okay? So long-term issues and challenges shaping the future development of a policy area and exploring their implications. Impact, people talk about that. We'll discuss that later on. Okay. So with futures thinking within the context of policy analysis, public administration, etc., we Sohail Anayatullah, he was my classmate when I was at the University of Hawaii, one of the good thinkers. He talks about with futures thinking, we use the future to change the present. We use the future to change the present. And another global thinker, his name is Sherman Cruz, talk about the fact that, hey, futures thinking is about borrowing evidence from the future to design present policies. Borrowing evidence from the future to design present policies. So I guess it's a science that has really emerged, if you may, but hey, it emerged out of the sub-discipline of public administration, which of course is policy science, policy analysis. Okay, my good friend, who is now the president of the Philippine Future Society, has indigenized this, has localized this. So we just don't get an idea from abroad and use it. No, we indigenize it, we localize it. And Dr. Perante Calina, one of the most brilliant young scholars in the Philippines today, she's the Dean of the Development Academy of the Philippines, talked about the importance of Hiraya foresight, indigenous, Hiraya foresight, something that's local, an indigenous approach towards the futures ready educators and learners, futures ready. So she talked about the fact that the only word that gives a potential of the future of tomorrow is to eliminate the present. The only word that gives potential of the future of tomorrow is to eliminate the present. We talk about Hiraya foresight, we talk about the future, we talk in the Philippines, we have this name called kinabukasan, or the future. Point, it's not just about dreaming. Point, there's a scientific approach. Point, there's a strategic approach to do this. And that I think is something that we in policy analysts are looking at. Okay, so Richard Morgan, I just attended this webinar at UNDESA. I'm part of Europa. Dr. Anthony himself, one of the founders, originals of Europa and AAPA. We're part of Europa, and Europa Eastern Regional Organization for Public Administration. We attended, we were invited, to attend this conference workshop on intergenerational equity, and I really liked it because they emphasized the fact that SDG is all about intergenerational equity, and equally important, they talk about the importance. Dr. Richard Morgan, emeritus professor, talk about the importance of impact intergenerational equity and impact assessment, which is very, very policy analysis, which is very, very public administration. And what is this? It's really all about examining wider implications over the life of a policy, plan, project. So remember, policy analysis, policies, programs, projects, activities. Well, what's going to be the impact? But I guess, as I'll discuss in the next slide, it uses a sustainability framework. Sustainability framework wherein it identifies beneficial as well as adverse implications. We know that, no? And promoting an integrated perspective. It is not just one sector. It is integrated, which I think is the beauty of the discipline of public administration and policy analysis and policy science. Integrated. Okay, so. Overall, IE impact assessment seeks to avoid or minimize, mitigate adverse impacts. Right now, we're going through turbulence. What is going to be the impact? And Dr. Chung talked about is the end game in sight. Our other speakers also talk about the fact that, well, our colleague from China also mentioned that. I'm sorry, Dr. Professor. I'm sorry, your name. I apologize. Professor Yusuf also mentioned this. Talk about the fact that there are certain things that we cannot. That are still imponderable. And Anthony also mentioned the fact that, maybe such at the end game. Omicron, there might even be more variants. Let's not let our guard down. So you're talking about ecological, social, cultural health integrated. No, you just don't open, but okay. And then you talk about the importance of avoiding, minimizing, or mitigating adverse impacts of short, medium, and longer term, which is very, very policy and part of the concern of this public policy. Okay? And future generations are served by minimizing adverse changes now, retaining options and opportunities for the future. My point, dear friends, is that Richard Morgan, I thought provided a very, very important paradigm model, if you may, wherein he linked the importance of futures thinking to what we're doing within the context of what policy analysis, policy science, public administration is all about. Okay, and he talked about, I said, impact assessment. So it's an anticipatory strategy to avoid systematic and proportionate examination of wider implications of proposed actions before we commit those actions. But I think what he mentioned here is that he says, I'm discussing ex ante IA. I'm discussing ex ante IA prior to the decisions as distinct from impact assessment in ex post sense. How our policies had the desired impact. So it's really ex ante. So it goes back to what Sherman, I quoted him earlier, trying to borrow evidence from the future to craft current policies. And that is where futures thinking, future science is all about. So to guide the systematic and proportionate examination of wider implications. What are the implications looking ahead over the reasonably foreseeable life of a proposal? It is a core tool for policy and plan making, project design, and decision making. But equally important, it is ex ante, not ex post, borrowing from the future evidence today. And that's what it's all about. Okay. So let me say, so it's about, I mentioned this, the importance of information about wider implications, wider than intended outcomes of proposals. Sometimes you have intended and unintended outcomes. You're all familiar, you're all policy science students here. You're all familiar with the so-called error of the third kind. Error of the third kind. Right problem, wrong solution. Wrong problem, right solution. What we're looking for is right problem to the right solution. And that is very, very policy analysis, if you may. But anyway, it becomes now an error of the third kind. And that's what we want to avoid. Wider than unintended outcomes of proposals and the unintended outcomes due to direct and indirect pathways. But the point is, it helps to develop policies and plans as they develop as consequences, if you may, of the current turbulence, of the current crisis that we are currently experiencing. Not only climate change, not only the pandemic, but equally important, security-wise, within the context of what Noam mentioned earlier about existential threats. Okay? It's a wicked problem, as you know. Okay, so the second part is really, I thought, within the context of responding to the assignment given me by my good friend Oscar. No, apart from that, the importance of futures thinking, the importance of impact assessments in response to the turbulence, the importance of leadership, and that came out in all the presentations today. One very important public administration scholar, as you know him, his name is Ali Farasman, talk about the importance of crisismanship. He mentioned this in the last AAPA conference, if I'm not mistaken, a few months back, And I thought that's a very, very, very important point. But Ali already talked about that the COVID-19 and crisis-manship. Leadership refers to systematic and dynamic process of the interplay of three pillars of the crisis governance: crisis public administration, crisis governance, and crisis operational activities at a time of crisis, both vertically and horizontally, with potential overlaps, vertically and horizontally. Question: how does the leader, crisis-manship, approach this? And that, I think, is very, very important as far as our discussion is concerned. So what are the lessons learned from crisis-manship, as pointed out by Dr. Farasman and Dr. Diane Fard in 2021? One, no? And these are indicative. Some might be applicable, some might be not. But I think as students of public administration and policy science, it's good for us to know these different aspects appropriately contextualized. Centralized command. Okay, leadership is essential. I think, Anthony, you quoted Teda Skocpol. I remember Teda Skocpol. She was one of our required readings in graduate school. Is it getting back the state? You know, at one point, no, losing the state. People talk about that. Is it centralized command? Leadership is important. That's a question that has emerged, especially during this pandemic. Number two, agility in crisis governance. Agility, flexibility. No one size fits all. In the Philippines, in our response to the pandemic, I might mention that we had a lot of problems vertically and horizontally. At one point, national government tried to implement policies that were not actually applicable at the local level. And guess what? Good practices, we had good local governments that resisted national government and told national government, you're wrong, you don't know what you're doing. National government says, don't do this, open the borders, don't do this, don't do the testing until we tell you to test. We have local governments that said, no, we will do it because we know the situation better. And in the end, our local governments were proven right. Point, when you talk about agility, it's not one size fits all. Point, it's about decentralization. And I think our Oscar also mentioned that in his discussion, if I recall, the importance of governance. Professor Yusuf, I think, mentioned that. Number three, learn from crisis in the past. How did this COVID pandemic happen? We all know this. No? People always talk about the initial successful experience of Singapore, even of Taiwan, learning from the past because they all learned from the SARS. Okay, so how did they do it? And at one point, you know, coming up with specific protocols, coming up with specific policies to address this crisis is still something that is very, very germane to our discussion of turbulence and crisis. But learn from the past, because guess what, dear friends, as people are saying, you know, we haven't seen the worst yet. There might be more that's coming. So we better learn from what's going on right now. And of course, we talk about this very PA, strategic readiness of our institutions. Are our institutions in place? And do they have the appropriate capacities? Dr. Anthony mentioned that. And the importance also, you know, at the end of the day, it's not only about government. Governance is not government alone. It's working with the society, working with private sector, working with business, working with civil society, social innovations to help improve crisis control. Volunteerism. At one point in the Philippines, we had what we call the community pantry. Government wasn't there, but on their own, government of course would give, but not, it wasn't enough. But on their own, communities mobilized, had community pantries, people driven, if you may. And that's very important. Social innovations linked to the national culture of the citizens. It's important. Our culture, your culture, gotong royong, musyawara. You know, in the Philippines, we talk about bayanihan. No, so it's very important. A nice, good intervention, appropriately contextualized. And of course, this is very important, timely information. Of course, in this day and age of social media, in this day and age of fake news, it's very, very important to have not only timely information, but timely and accurate information. So, of course, I already mentioned about the importance of the behavioral economic insights has been very effective in controlling COVID-19. No? The whole dimension of how do people behave, you know, talk about washing hands, do people fall in line, and equally important, creating psychological ownership. This is where what Anton mentioned about trust. Sometimes because of the, I guess, inability or failure of government, not through own fault all the time, but because of lack of capacities, lack of resources, people lose trust. So to whom did they turn to? So the whole idea now is to build a work on the so-called trust deficit. And that's where ownership would come in. That's where people participation would come in. That's where accurate leadership would come in. That's where accurate information would come in. Restoring trust, which unfortunately, that was a very good point that you mentioned, Anthony, about the trust barometer. 4 out of 10 in government now don't seem to trust our government. Well, I mean, that's almost universal. And I remember listening to Dr. Pansuk Kim, a brilliant scholar from Korea, who also talked about the so-called trust deficit. And that's what we in public administration, we in policy analysis have to address. But that can be overcome perhaps, or that can be overcome. But hey, it is indeed a work in progress, addressing the trust. Okay. So finally, our outline, as I said earlier, is that we talk about the importance. We're talking about current turbulence and crisis environment. And of course, VUCA, you've heard this a million times. In fact, I said, should I mention? I think we should mention it because, it's really still there. But equally important was the response of public policy, not only to the pandemic, but also to these possible existential threats that we have even as we speak. But even as we speak, we talk about the role of public administration and policy analysis, going back to the classics. Yeah, Anthony even went back to Wilson, etc. No, I think good management is very important. That's why we're in public administration. Management. We have to be economical, efficient, effective. We have to be organized. End of story. But equally important, organized for whom? Equally important, mobilized for whom? And that's what the two is mentioned. The importance of equity. And equity, including target the vulnerable, the poor, who are the most hit right now, and equally important, at least in my presentation today, without saying the others are not unimportant, the importance of looking at the next generation, intergenerational equity. I decided to focus on this today because of the fact that even at the United Nations, they talk about the importance of futures thinking and intergenerational equity. Professor Morgan talked about that. But equally important when we address this turbulence, when we address the crisis, it's not only the structure, it's not only our public, but the importance of leadership. And Dr. Anthony mentioned that, and of course, Ali Farasman also mentioned the importance of leadership. Leadership does matter. But of course, leadership and, lastly, integrity. Leadership and integrity. Well, we all know that we have all kinds of screwball leaders, as you know. And it was very nice that you mentioned that, Anthony, about how some governments have risen and fallen because of the crisis of the pandemic, right? You cited New Zealand, you cited Trump, and of course you cited Japan on how they were made. Okay, so my last slide, therefore, and I think I'm in time. Last slide, therefore, talks about some parting thoughts. One, our topic is promoting adaptive systems, agile systems to the current turbulence. No one size fits all. You've heard this a million times, but it's good for us to go back to that. Number two, with our problems, VUCA problems, need a strong and national government. Is it restoration of the state? Bring back the state, as Anthony and Study and Teda Scotchpole did mention. But that's part of the discourse. Okay. In our last AAP meeting, we talked about the importance of the state. I think the president of the ASPA mentioned that also. Okay. Or globalization and competition. At the end of the day, it's about thinking global but acting local. Hence, we talk about the importance of globalization and competition. Yes, we in ASEAN, for instance, we can compete, but we have to cooperate. Gotong royo, mushawara, we cooperate. But at the same time, we also compete with each other. Let's face it. But equally important, when we cooperate, we talk about sharing the vaccine, sharing in education, or students, etc. But let's not forget the fact that, hey, the poor are the most vulnerable, our other E. I already mentioned crisismanship, and this is something that always cuts across. Again, pardon me, Anthony, I always quote you because that was such a brilliant presentation. We talk about the importance of capacity building, agility, adaptability, and the imperatives to institutionalize, infuse the commercial aspect, for example, PPP, and collaborative governance, good policy making. It's not really about one sector, collaboration. People, you've heard this a million times, we talk about whole of society approach, whole of nation approach. It cannot be only one. But something that is quite important, policy communication. Well, communication is important, but as I said, communication is important to restore public trust. That's why we need not only communication, we need not only information, we need accurate information. In this day and age of social media, we have to guard against that. That's why we always tell our friends in public administration, we always should look at the question behind the question. Look at the question behind the question. Not only accepting everything, but look at the question behind the question. And at the end of the day, public administration, policy analysis, the policy analysis has to ask the question, for whom? For whom? It's all about equity, for the vulnerable, for the next generation. Let's be good ancestors as we promote and develop adaptive systems and institutions in addressing the current turbulent crisis. So at the end of the day, perhaps in these times of crisis, we as a public administration and public policy committee might support from volatility maybe vision. This sounds idealistic, but hey, we should be idealistic anyway. From volatility to vision, from uncertainty to understanding. That's why we're studying. That's why we're scientists, if you're social scientists. From complexity to clarity, and equally important, our topic for today, adaptability, from a big ambiguity to agility. With that, I'd like to thank you. Terima kasih banyak. Maraming salamat po. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Professor Alex, for the very interesting presentation. VUCA, volatility, from volatility to vision, uncertainty to understanding, complexity to clarity, and ambiguity to agility. And you also mentioned about the 10 important lessons, yeah, that we have to acknowledge during this crisis environment. And you also mentioned about the importance of course, it's already mentioned also by Professor Chang. Both of scholars argue that capacity building, yeah, it's very important. Yeah, adaptive capacity building is very important. So let's go to the next sessions, everyone. We will have about 15 minutes. Yeah, maybe everyone, Professor Chung and also Professor Mok and Professor Yusuf and Professor Alex can give his response toward the question and also concluding remarks, yeah, toward these sessions. First, from Professor Anthony Chung, please. There is a question, and later on you can also give a concluding remarks, Professor Chung. The question is regarding the what is that? It is mentioned that from Mr. Wahyu, yeah. I don't know, maybe you have a different opinion from Mr. Wahyu from Universitas Ngurah Rai. The question to Professor Anthony: what is the relation of COVID-19 with one world order policy of Israel and USA right now? Yeah. Maybe because you also mentioned about the globalized world, yeah. That means also a risk word. So these questions maybe came up. So please, your response to these questions, Professor Chung, and also your concluding remarks regarding this session. Please, Professor Chung.
Okay. Well, COVID-19 is a very good illustration of the rather paradoxical situation we are now in. Because it seems that with COVID, it seems that we face the same virus. But different countries, in terms of crisis recognition, definition, we look at COVID rather differently. So you have different strategies, different attitudes. And then because contrary to the belief that the world is already one due to globalization, actually the world is not one because there are so many tensions, conflicts arising. And therefore, I think the lessons from COVID is that we cannot just assume the world as one. Of course, we all want to have more common understanding, common basis of doing things, try to learn from each other. But at the same time, we have to be aware that the world is rather complex. National policies is not just determined by the present in terms of learning from each other. I think that's important as well because we face similar challenges worldwide. But at the same time, national policies are also shaped by the past, the tradition, the legacy, different political systems, different cultures, values. So it's important that while we all try to seek a more globalized world in the positive way, at the same time, we should be equally conscious of the world being rather multicultural, polypolar. So my view is it is very risky just to look at the world in a binary fashion. In other words, either this or that, because that doesn't really reflect the real world. So now back to concluding observations. I love the previous speakers' presentations, particularly the way Alex put it in terms of the old VUCA and the new VUCA. having said that, I think we should know that policy is a rather complicated animal. The more we look at it, as illustrated by COVID, the more we feel that this is an animal which is so difficult to manage. It's like an elephant, because you have rational thinking behind policy, you have legacy, tradition, ideology, politics, both popular politics and partisan politics. And then you have the experts trying to influence, trying to inform policy. And then very importantly, policy is not just an intention. It has to be a policy that could be delivered. So therefore, capacity of the state, resources, manpower, organizational capability, financial resources, all this count. And in a world today where public trust, social trust is on the decline, there's more cynicism, there's more hostility. And therefore, no policy can please everybody. So that makes the job of a policymaker more challenging, because you all try to make a policy that can please people. And the other thing is, we have to assume that in this new normal that we are facing today, perhaps crisis and uncertainty are becoming the permanent furniture of our era. So we should not presume that, okay, this crisis situation, uncertainty is just temporary. We can eventually stabilize ourselves into a more predictable world. Maybe uncertainty is becoming a regular feature. So how can we make policy under uncertainty with incomplete knowledge of the world or the problem we are facing? But we still need to move forward. So moving forward amid uncertainty, limited knowledge, and then the anxiety, the popular sentiments of cynicism around us, I think that perhaps would constitute the paradoxical context that all policymakers, all governments, all analysts find themselves in. So I'll stop here.
Okay. Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much, Professor Chang. I would love to actually discuss more, but again we have a limited time. So let's go to the next question for Professor Mok. Professor Mok, there's a question about your argumentation regarding the adaptive and entrepreneurial state, Professor Mok. The question is how to it is mentioned here how to practically create this kind of state, the adaptive and entrepreneurial state, to face the what's that, the turbulent systems, the turbulent systems, adaptive system to the current turbulence within the crisis environments. So maybe the participants would like to know how practically we implement this adaptive and entrepreneurial state. Please, Professor Mok. Hello, Professor Mok.
Can you hear me?
Okay.
Thank you for the question, and thank you for having me. Again, I certainly agree with what Professor Chang has just mentioned. This COVID-19 pandemic, in my opinion, would be a very humbling experience for all leaders around the world. I hope that all world leaders would have critical reflect about our limitations when governing and managing our governments and society. In early 90s, Fukuyama published his book, The End of History, suggesting about the world is going towards a convergence. But after this book, and earlier on last year, Fukuyama published another piece of work admitting that we are living in a world is not of convergence. We are living in a world of divergence. We have to live with the realities about multipolar, multicultural world than about early 90s when he portrayed about the end of history, saying going towards the global order and defined by Anglo-Saxon paradigm. So with that, I think this is any conference, and I congratulate the organizer for putting us together for reflecting upon not only public policy and governance, but more importantly about in what way we think about the future. I certainly agree the last few years is a really humbling experience for many people, including myself. And we have to admit our limitations. And we can see about how vulnerable we are with this kind of natural disaster and health crisis. So when talking about policy analysis, number one, I think most important of all to me is about the sensitivity about contextualization of policy analysis. We must pay particular attention to the context when policy was made and implemented. And we must live with the multicultural and multipolar world by rethinking and even rebutting about the existing so-called models and what sort of model we are talking about. Especially in Asia, very often when we try to understand about policy development or policy learning, we try to identify the so-called the best in the West. There's nothing to be offensive because the world are so different. We have to admit that we are different, but at the same time, in what way we can work together and collaborate for embracing diversity, including policy learning. So talking about contextualization policy analysis, when responding to your question, how nation state or the state could be more adaptive and entrepreneurial, I think leaders in any country should be humbled to learn about good practices, but at the same time also reach out to the people they are in need to do a very serious assessment about the felt needs rather than professionally assessed needs. Without understanding the people's needs genuinely, we may not be able to articulate with policy provision or intervention of the state or other non-state actor in order to bridge the gap between the expectation of individuals and the limited resources we are facing. In the COVID-19 pandemic, I will argue we are living in a new normal. We don't expect that to go back to the normal 3 years ago. So how would we live in these new normal conditions? I will call upon more collaboration, more understanding, more humbled in facing our reality. And when doing about policy analysis and policy learning, I think we have to pay particular attention to any country when we are doing it seriously, the history, tradition, the different stage of developments, and also the different arrangement in the institutions. And even though these are so-called universal values that we all aspire to, but in what way we translate, and we could translate the value, the universally supported values into policy implementation will be different because we are limited by the history, traditions, and also the institutional arrangement of individual countries or governments. And we cannot just say what happens elsewhere seem to be, good practices. We can just transplant the good practices elsewhere by policy copying without contextualization and adaptation for a better policy transfer. So again, it goes back to your question. Thank you very much. I think it's a truly humbling experience. And then as a researcher, the more research we do from comparative and international perspective would enable me as a person to become more humble and to become, to seek for more collaboration. I think this world, what we are facing today, certainly requires collaboration and cooperation because we try to understand our limitation and then we can't reach out to other parts of the world for promoting a better world together. Thank you.
more understanding, more collaboration, more humble. Thank you so much, Professor Mok, for your clear underline regarding what should we do to be adaptive and entrepreneurial state. Next, for Professor Yusuf. Professor Yusuf, there is a question for you. What should be prepared by younger generation to avoid dependency from another country? In this context, is expert from another country, but maybe in the bigger things, it's dependency from all of sector of all things. Yeah, Professor Yusuf. Please, Professor Yusuf.
Thank you very much for Dr. Radian. This is an important question, I think. In order to cope the problem of the stranging for life for our country, we have to be mandiri. In bahasa Indonesia mandiri, berdiri di atas kaki sendiri, standing in our self, not dependent to other countries. I agree with that. I think we have to make a specific approach in order to articulate what kind of policy that we have to develop in order to develop our people, human resources. You know that in the textbook of the management, something like that, human resources is categorized as a most value asset. So in order to make a specific policy to develop mandiri in our country, we have to make a strategic and coherent approach. I agree, more collaboration, more partnership, more strategic thinking, and so on. So strategic and coherent approach in order to manage and develop of organization of our country most value asset. Who is most value asset? Who are the most value asset? They are the people working and contributing, who individually and collectively contribute to the achievement of our country objective in order to economic development and social development. So therefore, we have to expand the concept of the strategic and coherent approach to the people. I think there are 6 elements of the system in our human resource development in Indonesia. The first is about human resource philosophy. In this context, we have to have a specific core value. We know that our Pancasila is the basic principle, and also as a guiding principle for our life. So we have to believe that Pancasila can have power for the globalization, something like that. The second element is the human resource strategy. It means that we have to determine what kind of the direction of our country in the future based on the human resource quality. So we have to make a strategy, make a good strategy or fit strategy to overcome any environmental change that make uncertainty in our future. So the problem is, how can we translate transformation uncertainty to be a certainty? And the third element is the policy on the human resource development. In this context, our policy have to have a specific core value and the principle, and then be applied, formed in the regulation and rules or something like that. And the fourth element is the process of human resource development. We have something like a procedure and formal method in order to implement our policy and human resource development. And the fifth element of the system of human resource development is informal approach, including people who have certain intellectual knowledge and something like that, skill. This is a human-oriented development or human focused development in Indonesia. And the last one, but not least, is the program of human resource development that we allow us to make a strategy, policy, process, practice, and so on can be applied, followed by action consistently day by day. I'm sure that if we have a specific core value, we can achieve our country in the forum of Mandiri. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Professor Yusuf Irianto. Next for Professor Alex Brillantes, how ASEAN leaders act proactively in dealing with the global situations. And then it is mentioned, maybe because you mentioned also previously regarding Russia, Ukraine war, Professor Alex. So please, time is yours.
I'll not even pretend to be an expert in that, but I think within the context of ASEAN, we've talked about the importance of, I used to do things, localization and co-opetition. Yeah, and that's exactly what a professor just mentioned now about, we are thinking global, but at the end of the day, as Professor Mock mentioned, it's also about contextualizing. There's no one size, right? But let's not forget the bigger world. And that's what ASEAN is all about, at least for me. We in ASEAN, we talk about Gotong Royong, Mushawara, we love each other. But at the same time, we cooperate. That's right, this whole thing. So I think ASEAN is an excellent framework, and I think we should continue deepening that. But not also forget the fact that, we are also quote unquote, that's why we use the word co-opetition. We cooperate and compete. But cooperate and compete for whom? I tried to emphasize that in our presentation. It's for the next generation. It's for our children. And what is scary now? It's not only the pandemic. It's about this. Let's not forget the climate change. Let's not forget this. What's happening in Ukraine right now, and it's happening right now as we speak. No. And what's the implication of this turbulent environment to our next generation? So, but of course, ASEAN, is a very, very powerful framework, I think. And I think it's one of the better frameworks in the world. But of course, you and I know that there might be some weaknesses, quote unquote, such as non-interference. Well, that's okay, but we talk about that maybe perhaps. That's why we tolerate each other. But at the end of the day, ASEAN has been there since 1967, continues to be stronger. We have now expanded them 5 to 10. And I think it's good. So we have ASEAN +3, ASEAN +2 with Korea, with Japan. Okay, regionalization, not really intense nationalism, which is really against this whole notion of intense nationalism. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Professor Alex. I would love to discuss more, but again, because of our limited time, ladies and gentlemen, so again, we thank you all of the presenters, and we will have appreciations, of course, for all presenters. But for now, this is the certificates of appreciations for first. It's for Professor Anthony Chung. This is the certificate of appreciation for Professor Chung. Thank you so much, Professor Chung, for your insight, knowledge, and presentation in this conference. Once again, thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
Next will be certificate of appreciation for Professor Mock. Thank you so much, Professor Mock, for the valuable insight from your presentation, Professor Mock. Thank you very much. And then next, certificate of appreciation for Professor Yusuf. Wait a minute.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor Yusuf Irianto, for the nice insight. And I think once again, our policymakers should hear your presentation, I think. And then next, last but not least, of course, once again, Professor Alex. Thank you so much. Thank you again, Professor Alex.
Terima kasih banyak.
Terima kasih banyak, Pak Alex.
Okay, again, thank you so much all the speakers and participants for attending this plenary speaker session 1. Again, I'm honored to be the moderator of these sessions. We learn a lot from Professor Cheng. We learned a lot from Professor Mok. We learned a lot from Professor Yusuf Irianto, and we learned a lot from Professor Birantes. We learned a lot from the top-notch public administration scholars this morning. Thank you again. That's all from me. I apologize if there is any mistake during moderating this session. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam.
God bless you all. I will give back to the master of ceremony.
Salam.
Very well, thank you so much. Big round of applause to our moderator and also speakers for the plenary sessions 1. Thank you so much once again to Dr. Oscar for moderating the previous plenary, and also would like to give appreciation to all of the speakers, Professor Anthony, Professor Alex, Professor Yusuf, and also Professor Mok. In Surabaya, if you'd like to say thank you, we say matur nuwun. Terima kasih, as we said to Prof. Alex as well. So, ladies and gentlemen, moving on, coming up next to our next agenda, we are going to have the parallel sessions 1 and 2. For those who join the parallel sessions, please kindly proceed to the guidebook that are already sent by the committee for the details information for the Zoom meeting as well. We will see you again on the second plenary sessions at 3 p.m. Hopefully everyone will come back again to this main room at 3 p.m. for having the second plenary sessions. Have a good time on the presentations. Thank you and see you in this afternoon.
Don't be confused with the picture I sent you. It's Earth, but it's our Earth. But by the time you see this, our Earth will be long gone, replaced by your Earth, horrible. To you, the future generation, we are to keep the soul forever. So many beautiful things that we have now, and all good things that nature has granted to us, we won't be able to have. You see, we won't be able to touch. Sorry, we have polluted your air for a long time. Sorry for our production and consumption habit bring damage to your earth. Sorry that we can't stop ruining the oceans, the forests, and the soil. Sorry for the carbon dioxide we kept releasing. We see the signs, but we decide to do something else in the name of civilizations. We forget what's good of that if there will be no future. No such thing what to call a civilization. We are sorry for stealing your future. Above all, we are sorry that the whole world can do enough to give you beautiful and safe planet that you can call home. We feel on our responsibility, but you can still save your future for your children. I give you the seeds, plant them one by one until you clear your air, your atmosphere, restore the climate. Dear children of the future, you can still save the earth. Don't wait. Act. Once again, we are deeply sorry. We must repeat our mistake.
Selamat datang di Erlangga Convention Center Kampus B, Universitas Erlangga, Surabaya. Sebelum Anda memulai aktivitas di
Program Studi D3 Keselamatan dan Kesehatan Kerja merupakan salah satu program studi yang dinaungi oleh Fakultas Vokasi Universitas Airlangga. Berdiri sejak tahun 1900.
Universitas Airlangga grows together in synergy with other top Indonesian universities to create a positive academic environment in its campuses. Universitas Airlangga is situated near to the public facilities such as sports centers, shopping centers, hospitals, police stations, and other public places which greatly support the educational process. The main campuses are located near the city center of Surabaya, the vibrant city that also allows Universitas Airlangga to pay attention on its greenery. It is shown by an extensive concern on public parks and cleanliness. It creates a comfortable and refreshing atmosphere for the students during their studies. Despite living in modern and advanced city, students of Universitas Airlangga always uphold humanistic values and live in harmony in the surrounding communities. The students also make positive contribution to the communities. For its contribution to the world, Universitas Airlangga continues to make efforts and take more significant role in global civilization development. These are conducted through collaborative researches, international partnership, teaching session, and various community services. All of these efforts are derived from the spirit and the values from Universitas Airlangga motto: excellence with morality. It acts as the foundation for every element of the academic community in Universitas Airlangga to achieve just and civilized global society. Universitas Airlangga in numbers: 6 campuses, 15 faculties, 1 postgraduate school, 174 programs, 44 bachelor degree programs, 46 master degree programs, 15 doctoral programs, 7 professional programs, 33 medical specialist programs, 8 medical subspecialist programs, 18 3-year vocational programs, 3 4-year vocational programs,
Selamat datang di kampus Universitas Airlangga. Kali ini saya, Rania Putri Rahmadawati, akan menemani kalian jalan-jalan dari kampus A, B, C, hingga PSDKU dari Universitas Airlangga. Saya juga akan menyampaikan apa aja kontribusi UNER terhadap masyarakat dan perkembangan ilmu pengetahuan. Penasaran kan? Yuk ikutin aku terus! Oke, sekarang saya sudah berada di kampus A UNAIR Di sini ada 2 fakultas teman-teman, ada Fakultas Kedokteran dan Fakultas Kedokteran Gigi. Berhubung kampus A ini memiliki fokus di bidang kesehatan, maka inovasi-inovasi yang tercipta pun nggak jauh-jauh dari hal kesehatan. Bahkan saat video ini diunggah pun, sebagian besar riset kesehatan difokuskan untuk memerangi pandemi COVID-19. Mulai dari riset untuk vaksin merah putih, penggunaan robot Raisa hasil kolaborasi dengan ITS Surabaya di Rumah Sakit Unair, penemuan prototipe reusable masker N95. Dan masih banyak lagi sebetulnya. Gak perlu lama-lama, sekarang saya udah berada di kampus B yang lokasinya gak jauh dari kampus A tadi. Lokasi saya berdiri kali ini dikenal dengan lingkungan sosial humaniora karena memang sebagian besar dari 7 fakultas yang ada di sini memiliki basis soshum. Berbeda dengan Civitas Kampus A yang berinovasi pada bidang kesehatan, Kampus B berinovasi pada bidang startup. Pertama ada Relief, aplikasi konseling online, kemudian Jaria, Ekonusa, merupakan aplikasi pengelolaan dokumen, serta Legal Hub, aplikasi dengan layanan kesejahteraan hukum. Dan masih banyak lagi lainnya. Oke, sekarang saya sudah berada di kampus C Universitas Airlangga, Pusat Administrasi dan Saintek dari UNAIR. Di sini total juga ada 7 fakultas, dan semuanya berbasis sains dan teknologi. Sebetulnya Universitas Airlangga tidak hanya fokus kepada ilmu pengetahuan saja, namun kepada kebermanfaatan masyarakat sekitar juga. Maka keberadaan lift dan tangga khusus difabel ini sudah pasti bisa menjawab hal tersebut. Oke, terakhir saya masih ada di Mini Forest Kampus C Unair. Namun, saya akan tetap menyampaikan perihal PSDKU atau program studi di luar kampus utama. Unair memiliki 3 kampus PSDKU yang tersebar di Jawa Timur, yaitu di Kabupaten Lamongan, Gresik, dan Banyuwangi. Oke, itu tadi jalan-jalan di Unair hari ini. Semoga mengobati kerinduan teman-teman. See you next time. Bye-bye.
Selamat datang di Airlangga Convention Center Kampus C, Universitas Airlangga Surabaya. Sebelum Anda memulai aktivitas di lingkungan kami akan memberikan petunjuk keselamatan dan kesehatan kerja serta protokol kesehatan yang berlaku di gedung ini.
Saat ini Anda berada di Airlangga Convention Center Universitas Airlangga, Kampus C, Mulyorejo, Surabaya, Jawa Timur, Indonesia. Gedung ini mempunyai APPN atau alat pemadam api ringan yang terpasang 6 titik yang berada di lantai 1 dan 6 titik yang berada di lantai 2. Apabila terjadi kebakaran, ambillah APPN yang berada di dekat Anda. Tarik kunci APPN, pegang selang dan ujung selang APPN, kemudian semprotkan menuju titik api. Gedung ini dilengkapi 6 akses keluar yang berada di lantai 1 dan 4 akses keluar di lantai 2. Gedung ini memiliki 9 tangga darurat. Gedung ini dilengkapi dengan toilet yang berjumlah 4 toilet laki-laki dan 4 toilet perempuan di lantai 2, 4 toilet laki-laki dan 4 toilet perempuan di lantai 1, dan 1 toilet laki-laki dan 1 toilet perempuan di ruang prosesi. Assembly point pada gedung ini terletak pada sebelah selatan dan sebelah utara gedung ini. Gedung ini dilengkapi dengan tempat ibadah yang terpisah dari gedung dan berada di sebelah utara. Apabila terjadi kebakaran, tetap tenang dan jangan panik. Lindungilah pernafasan Anda. Keluarlah menuju jalur evakuasi menuju assembly point yang disediakan. Jangan membawa beban terlalu berat. Jangan menggunakan sepatu berhak tinggi. Dahulukan ibu hamil, lansia, dan yang mempunyai penyakit kronis. Apabila terjadi gempa bumi, tetap tenang dan jangan panik. Apabila memungkinkan, segera keluar dari gedung. Berlindunglah di bawah meja atau di sudut yang kuat seperti dinding. Keluarlah apabila keadaan sudah aman. Protokol kesehatan di gedung ini berlaku untuk sivitas akademika dan tamu Universitas Airlangga yang berkunjung ke lingkungan Universitas Airlangga. Wajib diperiksa suhu tubuhnya oleh petugas keamanan. Jika suhu tubuh lebih dari 37,5 derajat Celcius, maka dilarang memasuki lingkungan Universitas Airlangga. Wajib menggunakan masker. Wajib mencuci tangan pakai sabun dengan air yang mengalir di tempat yang telah disediakan atau menggunakan hand sanitizer. Wajib menjaga jarak minimal 1-2 meter dengan orang lain. Wajib membawa peralatan makan, botol minum, ibadah, dan alat-alat pribadi secara mandiri. Wajib menerapkan etika batuk dan bersin di lingkungan Universitas Airlangga. Dilarang merokok di lingkungan Universitas Airlangga. Wajib membuang tisu atau bekas masker di tempat yang telah disediakan. Hindari saling berjabat tangan.
Demikian penjelasan dari kami. Atas perhatian dan kerjasamanya kami sampaikan terima kasih. Mudah-mudahan Tuhan Yang Maha Kuasa selalu melindungi kita semua. Amin.
Mari bersama kita patuhi protokol kesehatan.
Untuk menjaga kesehatan
dan keselamatan diri,
keluarga, dan lingkungan kita
dari COVID-19.
Selalu utamakan keselamatan dan kesehatan kerja dimanapun Anda berada.
Universitas Airlangga grows together in synergy with other top Indonesian universities to create a positive academic environment in its campuses. Universitas Airlangga is situated near to the public facilities such as sports centers, shopping centers, hospitals, police stations, and other public places which greatly support the educational process. The main campuses are located near to the city center of Surabaya, the vibrant city that also allows Universitas Airlangga to pay attention on its greenery. It is shown by an extensive concern on public parks and cleanliness. It creates a comfortable and refreshing atmosphere for the students during their studies. Despite living in modern and advanced city, students of Universitas Airlangga always uphold humanistic values and live in harmony in the surrounding communities. The students also make positive contribution to the communities. For its contribution to the world, Universitas Airlangga continues to make efforts and take a more significant role in global civilization's development. These are conducted through collaborative researches, international partnership, teaching session, and various community services. All of these efforts are derived from the spirit and the values from Universitas Airlangga motto, excellence with morality. It acts as the foundation for every element of the academic community in Universitas Airlangga to achieve the just and civilized global society. Universitas Airlangga in numbers: 6 campuses, 15 faculties, 1 postgraduate school, 174 programs, 44 bachelor degree programs, 46 master degree programs, 15 doctoral programs, 7 professional programs, 33 medical specialist programs, 8 medical subspecialist programs, 18 3-year vocational programs, 3 4-year vocational programs,
selamat datang di kampus Universitas Airlangga. Kali ini saya, Rania Putri Rahmadawati, akan menemani kalian jalan-jalan dari kampus A, B, C, hingga PSDKU dari Universitas Airlangga. Saya juga akan menyampaikan apa aja kontribusi UNER terhadap masyarakat dan perkembangan ilmu pengetahuan. Penasaran kan? Yuk ikutin aku terus! Oke, sekarang saya sudah berada di kampus A Unair Di sini ada 2 fakultas teman-teman, ada Fakultas Kedokteran dan Fakultas Kedokteran Gigi. Berhubung kampus A ini memiliki fokus di bidang kesehatan, maka inovasi-inovasi yang tercipta pun nggak jauh-jauh dari hal kesehatan. Bahkan saat video ini diunggah pun, sebagian besar riset kesehatan difokuskan untuk memerangi pandemi COVID-19. Mulai dari riset untuk vaksin merah putih, penggunaan robot Raisa hasil kolaborasi dengan ITS Surabaya di Rumah Sakit Unair, penemuan prototipe reusable masker N95. Dan masih banyak lagi sebetulnya. Gak perlu lama-lama, sekarang saya udah berada di kampus B yang lokasinya gak jauh dari kampus A tadi. Lokasi saya berdiri kali ini dikenal dengan lingkungan sosial humaniora, karena memang sebagian besar dari 7 fakultas yang ada di sini memiliki basis soshum. Berbeda dengan Civitas Kampus A yang berinovasi pada bidang kesehatan, Kampus B berinovasi pada bidang startup. Pertama ada Relief, aplikasi konseling online, kemudian Jaria Ekonusa, merupakan aplikasi pengelolaan dokumen, serta Legal Hub, aplikasi dengan layanan kesejahteraan hukum. Dan masih banyak lagi lainnya. Oke, sekarang saya sudah berada di kampus C Universitas Airlangga, Pusat Administrasi dan Saintek dari Unair. Di sini total juga ada 7 fakultas, dan semuanya berbasis sains dan teknologi. Sebetulnya Universitas Airlangga tidak hanya fokus kepada ilmu pengetahuan saja, namun kepada kebermanfaatan masyarakat sekitar juga. Maka keberadaan lift dan tangga khusus difabel ini sudah pasti bisa menjawab hal tersebut. Oke, terakhir saya masih ada di Mini Forest Kampus C Unair. Namun, saya akan tetap menyampaikan perihal PSDKU atau program studi di luar kampus utama. Unair memiliki 3 kampus PSDKU yang tersebar di Jawa Timur, yaitu di Kabupaten Lamongan, Gresik, dan Banyuwangi. Oke, itu tadi jalan-jalan di Unair hari ini. Semoga mengobati kerinduan teman-teman. See you next time. Bye-bye.
Good afternoon. Thank you very much. I'm fine. I'm on the way from Magelang to Semarang, yeah. And sorry for the for the bad connection, yeah, during the program, yeah. But I'm trying very hard to present and to share the experience and knowledge. Thank you. Thank you, Mas Ari. Good afternoon. Can I share my presentation by myself? I'm preparing for this by myself. Okay. Thank you. In 30 minutes, yeah. With the entitled Enhancing Dynamics Governance to Adapt New Public Governance Challenges, yeah. Dear participants and speakers, there are 4 main variables in the future of governments. Yeah, first is disruption in every sector of life. Yeah, the second is strengthen artificial intelligence. Yeah, and also using of big data, and this will cause the new interaction between the government and the society, and also within the government itself, yeah, through the online services, yeah, online interactions, and so on, yeah. There are many challenges in the new public governance with these dominant variables, yeah. First is progress on democracy and market with open government partnership, yeah, with global governance. That means that a single country has no authority to regulate their own policy, but depend absolutely on the policy made in the regional and also global level. But also open market competition will be greater, yeah. And the second one is the digital progress and lifestyle by huge utilization of personal computing, internet, mobile phones, cloud computing, social networking, Internet of Things, and also artificial intelligence. But also the challenges is demographic trends characterized by stronger middle class, yeah, more and more educated society and community, and bigger roles for women, and the strengthening of individualism in the society. And the fourth one is the public expectation, means that there is also more expectations from the community, from the citizen, to be more transparent, accountable, more public participation in decision making, and also the enhancing of seamless public services to the society. With these all variables, I think there are 3 determinants new public governance, yeah. One is the intergovernmental relation and the needs for state capacity, means they are enhancing needs of multi-level governance and also network governance. The second one is the regulatory frameworks. We need more, less regulation, deregulation, re-regulation, and in the case of Indonesia, maybe the practice of omnibus law will be needed, yeah, as an instrument for making comprehensive and also integrated public policy, but also the need for government that focus on citizens, the oriented citizens governments to enhance the awareness, empower the capacity of citizen to participate in the public policy making process, and to be more inclusive in the development program. COVID-19 teach us that we need the capability of governance in action, the capability governance in managing and deal with COVID-19. It means that challenges of coordination and public communication need more collaborative governance model. No single government units and also government level could manage by themselves the challenges during COVID-19, and the need of collective leadership at the national level and also the regional governments to have joint vision and action. So collaborative governance means we should have joint outcome and joint impact, and also mutual trust and understanding. But we have to change the government style from hierarchy model, command model, into the co-creation and agile management system in public services, but need for integrated and updated socio-economic data at all units and level of government. So joint data and information to make policy. So this capability of governance in action indicate three main things. The coordination among ministries at the central level governance, but also the coordination between central and local governments, and also the bureaucratic capability, capability to handle with challenging situation like COVID-19 that we have during 2 years. So these challenges will cause the new order of the present and future bureaucracy, change the paradigm and also institutional process, but also the personnel management. In the paradigm style, so we have to change to the dynamics, network, and collaborative. In the institutional process to digital organization 1, and to the flexible arrangements of working in the bureaucracy. From the personal view, I think it is combination between the millennial generation and also baby boomers generation, means that led by the baby boomers generation at the top level management, but the majority are millennial. So it is necessary to build bridge between generations. The new public governance and also the dynamics governance, mean there are three important things in the dynamics governance: the capability, able people and agile process, but also the culture, the good culture, incorruptibility, meritocracy, growth, prudence, and market, but also the adaptive policies to respond the changes in the environmental, strategic environmental, also global changes. The change in governance pattern itself to create adaptive bureaucracy, they are, I think, the new directions of governance to be more adaptive in the bureaucracy. change from hierarchical to participatory, from sectoral ego to more collaborative, yeah, among the ministries and also units in the government, from authoritarian style to open and decentralized leadership, yeah, from process to outcome, from state financing to partnerships, and from manual to IT and data sharing. In the government itself, we should create so-called agile structure, yeah, with the characters structure that customer and product focus, yeah, multiple stable and self-organizing teams, project boundaryless, yeah, stretching roles and high stakes work increasingly done in the co-located units. We need more flat structures, the integrator roles, the clear goals and high degrees of autonomy and continuous feedback, but also share and also distributed leadership. Yeah. To run the agile bureaucracy, we have to follow the principles involving the community in decision making, yeah, creating an accessible space for shared understanding of various stakeholders, yeah, balancing between short and long-term priorities, yeah. So solve the problem in the short term, but also we have to give perspective more on the long-term priority, but always innovating, learning, and implementing something new in the public services, yeah, innovating public policy, and build network and collaborations. To create agile organizational design, I think there are some key success factors. Yeah, so the changings from traditional and new ones is from focus to size into the speed. Yeah, from specialization to integration one, and from supervision to innovations, yeah, from efficiency to cross-boundary, vertically, horizontally, and also geographically. So this all principle will also improve the quality of process of management, yeah, in delivering public services, yeah, by so-called agile management, in which every civil servant could also involve in various project and program. So not under the very rigid structure, but very flexible role, as I mentioned before, that civil servant based on the competence, they could play a role in the various program and project of the governments. Yeah. So not only in the one ministries, but also among ministries. Yeah. They could also involve in project and priorities in the local governments, between the Directorate General to the to other Directorate Generals, and so called. And it's make possibility to a mobility network of civil servants. Yeah. What does it mean with the mobility civil servant? That the civil servant could contribute their competence, yeah, in managing priority and project in the ministries, in other ministries. It means that the mobility, the knowledge and competence will be mobile, yeah. Not only in the central government, but also in the provincial and also local governments. This regulation, agile management, has been released in the new ministerial decree by the Minister for Administrative Reform. I think last month in the February, the minister has enacted new regulations on the squad model or flexible or agile process of management working in the ministries and also in the local governments. Yeah. But what we need is also to create new state and community relations. Yeah, I think this new relation should make sure that citizen will fully involved in the policy making process, yeah, to give more legitimacy for the state, but also state could also ensure the accountability of the programs and project to the citizens, yeah. Means that the government should empower the community, yeah, by create regulation, incentive, and resources, yeah, to enhance the asset and capabilities individual, materially, yeah, in the human, social, and political aspect, but also collectively to enhance the voices and ideas, yeah, and to give more representation to the whole community, yeah. No one left behind to be served and also to get involved in the policy making process. But this need also reform, yeah, in the state institutional capacity, yeah, through the information and also participation of the governments, yeah. So the interaction between the government and the citizen need also to empower the civil servants, yeah, so that they not only understand and awareness, but they have the capacity to build new interaction between government and the society itself. The outcomes is to give more access to services, inclusive public services, fair market, strong civil society, NGO strengthening, and also community freedom. Yeah. So actually, if we are talking about the public service delivery model, so as Steve mentioned, there are 4 style models of public services. What exists in Indonesia is a so-called traditional bureaucratic model. I think we have to slowly change and move into the network model, where the community could enable to get fully involved in the public service delivery in the local community, but also slowly, I think partly of the public services could be also marketized or privatized by giving room and opportunity to private sector, philanthropy, yeah, to get involved in the public service delivery. And I think we have also to enhance the pentahelic models, yeah, where we could also involve the business sector, academia, yeah, the governments, the community, and also the media. Yeah, this all new relation is to create more open governments. Yeah. The monopoly of public policy making process should move from the very hierarchical command of government into the network and also market model that give more opportunity to the citizen and the private. Yeah. So what is the benefits by creating the collaborative governance? Yeah. I think increasing aspect of alertness, yeah, strengthening decision making quality, increasing access to resources, yeah, strengthening communication access, strengthening multi-actor coordinated action, strengthening multi-actor in funding, yeah. So not only the governments responsible for funding the public services, but also create so-called public-private people philanthropist partnership, yeah. But also improving multi-actor coordination in implementations of program and also project. Yeah. With this collaborative governance, they will create in connected networks and creating innovation, yeah, by deep listening and system thinking, yeah, listening to the people's voices and learning from initiative in the community and private sector to deal with certain situations like, for example, in disaster management like COVID-19, providing hub learning and networking, yeah, provide a platform to connect all stakeholders, to share knowledge and resources to deal with situations, but also co-designing and redesigning public service innovation that together with all stakeholders and government to create innovation and redesign responsive public service. So the last slide is what's next after this all changing of paradigm, institution and process of public policy making process and public service delivery is, I think we need integrated policy, yeah, policy among the ministries, but also policy between the central, provincial, and local governments, yeah. Needs for coordinated vision and action among the institution and actors. So we need also integrated and consolidated data in the policy making process, one data. So Indonesia has one data system that released, I think, 2 years ago, but not yet effectively implemented, yeah, in the decision making and policy making process. And considering the global challenges, I think we have also to have more global governance, yeah. So the trans-border administrations and cooperations in the regional level and also the global level to deal with focus situations like this, yeah. I think this is all what I have to present, yeah, in the very prestigious conference. With this, I would like to end my presentations. So thank you very much, and I have to leave now because I have to prepare to boarding. Thank you very much for giving me time, and I wish you all stay healthier and successful with this program. Thank you. Yeah. Thank you. Thank you. Success for the conference, yeah, everybody. Thanks so much. Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah, we will move to the next two keynote speakers. Yeah, the next one will be from Professor Olena Hadkivsky.
Yes, hello.
Hello, Professor Olena.
How are you? I'm just going to bring up my slides.
Okay. Nice to meet you, Professor Olena. Okay, everyone. Before we're hearing the presentation from Professor Olena, let me read about a very short of her profile. So, Professor Olena Hadkivsky is a professor at School of Public Policy, Simon Fraser University, Canada. She specializes in public policy and political theory and has a particular interest in gender, intersectionality, and social and health policy. This is very important considering we're still in pandemic. Professor Hadkivsky is also a scholar at Canadian Institute of Health Research Gender and Michael Smith Foundation for Health Research Senior Scholar. In 2008-2010, Professor Hadkivsky was a visiting scholar at Columbia University Center for the Study of Social Inequities in Health, where she established a Canada-USA Gender and Health Research Group. She is also research associate at the Canadian Center for Policy Alternative and regularly consult with government on gender and diversity and analyze public policy. Also the author of Social Policy and the Ethic of Care in 2004. Yeah, some of her books also in sexual harassment, abuse in sport. There are many her publications that you can find it online. Yeah. Okay, Professor Olena.
Yes, thank you. Is there I can share my screen with you, yes? Okay, I'm not seeing that my slides are coming up. Oh, can you see them now? Okay, let me just get it to the very first one then. Okay, perfect. Well, thank you very much for the invitation to speak with you today. And I'm going to apologize ahead of time if I'm not specifically articulate, but where I'm speaking to you today, it's still about 4:30 in the morning. And so it is a bit of an early morning start for me, but I'm very pleased to speak to you. And the topic that I chose for today's talk is to really look at policy in times of interlocking crises. So as I was preparing my comments today, I was, of course, taking as my point of inspiration the theme of the conference and the reference to the challenges of the crisis environment. And the crisis environment is, of course, punctuated by COVID-19 and continues to be punctuated by COVID-19. But in my remarks, I wanted to suggest that what we need to think about are, in fact, interlocking crises of our time, which include but are not limited to COVID-19. And I want to also propose that for any adaptive systems suited for these interlocking crises, regardless of region or country, that we need to really have innovative ideas, that adaptive systems need to be driven by innovative ideas. Ideas are policy tools of unique power, and they generate understandings of needed values and tools that are required for policy to be responsive, adaptive, resilient, equitable, and sustainable. In 2021, the UN Secretary General stated that we are at an inflection point in history. And I think that has just become a lot more punctuated as we think about the events of our world today. If we think about the fact that conflicts continue to rage and worsen, and certainly the war in Ukraine is changing the world as we know it. COVID-19 continues to disrupt the planet, deepening health inequities, poverty, disrupting health and economies around the world. And climate change threatens the very existence of our world. But these are not separate crises. They're very much interconnected. And I'm just going to give you one example of pulling through the current war in Ukraine and its implications. So not only is this war creating such conflict and havoc for geopolitical security internationally, it also has implications for COVID-19 and for climate change. We know that about 1/3 of the Ukrainian population is fully vaccinated, and yet we have now 3 million refugees on the move. The expectations of COVID increasing in prevalence as a result of that movement and the war, or creating an environment that is ripe for new variants to emerge is a real possibility. We also know that military activity has huge climate change implications by increasing greenhouse gases, pollution, and creating resource depletion. So we can see that when we talk about these crises, that they are very much interrelated and interlocking. So I want to argue here in my comments that this is not a time for incremental change, and that the status quo is truly untenable. And in terms of the big changes that are required, we need to really think about what are, in fact, those kinds of values and tools that we need. What values are needed for a better, more sustainable future for our people and our planet? And what kinds of tools and approaches and mechanisms are needed to address complex and interconnected crises? So I want to put forward that there are 3 considerations that are required for adaptive systems. And the ideas that I have is that we need more care, that we need more intersectionality, and we need more engagement. And by engagement, here I mean community engagement, which in all of these I'll speak to in a bit more detail. So care, what do we mean by care? Care is grounded very much in a body of literature that is referred to as the ethics of care. And the ethics of care has been debated and discussed for many years now by political scientists, and in particular, its implication in the world of politics and decision-making and policy. But paring it right down to a definition that is used quite commonly, care can be understood as a species activity that includes everything that we do to continue to repair our world so that we live in it as best and as well as possible. And that world includes our bodies, our environments, all of which we seek to interweave in a complex, life-sustaining web. And the care approach or care ethics underscore that people are vulnerable, dependent, and finite, that we all have to find ways of dealing with this in our daily existence and in the values which guide our individual and collective behaviors. So how does this translate then into the world of politics and public policy? Well, care in an interconnected world requires caring democracies and policy responses that advance global security. And what this means is a new relationship with human rights and new visions of international law that actually advance and create more caring environments. New strategies to respond to cyber warfare, disinformation, threats from weapons of mass destruction and war. And if we do reflect on the current events in Ukraine, it really does raise a question of whether or not the architecture of existing international bodies, whether it's the UN, the WHO, or NATO, are really working for their purposes and for creating this kind of caring world environment. We also might need to think about new architectures and new institutions of multilateral cooperation. And here, just, you know, while I cite the war in Ukraine and bodies within the UN, such as the UN Security Council, where Russia has a veto, it really does raise the question of whether or not it's working for its purposes. But it's not just the war in Ukraine. If we think about COVID-19 and the way in which the WHO has responded and worked, although it has made tremendous differences to the global response, the question is whether or not a new body or a different kind of body may be needed to deal with pandemic preparedness and responses into the future. So these are just some provocative questions to think about from a care perspective. In terms of the second idea that I put forward, that of intersectionality. Intersectionality, broadly understood, is intended to promote an understanding of human beings as shaped by the interaction of different social locations, whether we're talking about race and ethnicity, indigeneity, gender, class, sexuality, geography, age, ability, migration status, religion. And it really highlights that these interactions occur within a context of connected systems and structures of power, whether we're talking about laws, policies, state governments, other unions, religious institutions, media, and that through these kinds of processes, interdependent forms of privilege and oppression are shaped, formed, and sustained. Intersectionality is really, broadly speaking, linked to analyses of power relations and relations of subordination. And it highlights for us that to understand inequity and equity, on the other hand, we can't just look at one factor. We can't just look at one identity. We can't just look at one process or what form of discrimination and oppression, that all of these are very interlocking and interlinking in a kind of multi-level analysis. And why is it that intersectionality holds such promise for thinking about interconnected crises? Well, it's certainly become more popular for understanding equity and social justice in public policy because it highlights what is left out of conventional framings of public policy and affected populations. And just to give you some examples, if we think about the SDG agenda for 2030, Target 10.2 talks about the empowerment and the promotion of inclusion of all, irrespective of age, sex, disability, race, ethnicity, origin, religion, or economic or other status, and that the heart of the SDGs is the principle of leaving no one behind. And we know the list of those groups that are left behind, but how do we actually understand those groups? How do we know how to respond to those groups? Well, in this context, the potential of intersectionality has been widely acknowledged because it allows us to hold these different factors all together in our analysis. And it also underscores the fact that even when we are identifying vulnerable groups, that those groups in of themselves are not homogeneous, that there's great difference in diversities within those groups as well. If we think about COVID-19, an intersectional analysis has really allowed us to see that the refrain of "we are all in this together" does not hold, that in fact, in different regions, in different countries, among different populations, COVID has had very different implications, costs, and consequences. COVID has in fact amplified these types of inequities. And an intersectional analysis allows us a deep dive into these inequities. It leads to more nuanced understandings of whose lives are expendable, who works, who thrives, and who dies in the COVID-19 era. And similarly, if we think about the climate crisis, an intersectional lens helps to uncover the kinds of interconnected and lasting systems of oppression and disadvantage that drive and sustain vulnerabilities to climate change. And finally, I'd like to spend a few minutes talking about the importance of civil society engagement. This is something that has, of course, become more and more important in the context of public policy and decision making. But I'm not sure that we've gotten to the point where one really understands what is meaningful civil society engagement, what is inclusive civil society engagement, and what is actually action-oriented civil society engagement. So I'm going to pose a number of questions that I think we need to consider in order to realize these three aspects of engagement. But I also want to punctuate that it's important for us to grapple with these kinds of questions as policy actors, because meaningful, inclusive, and action-oriented engagement increases the diversity of actors in policy setting processes. It allows buy-in for policy decisions. It increases trust across different sectors, including in government. It builds resilience. It builds inclusiveness. It leads to empowerment in society. It creates more precision in decision making. It promotes shared responsibility for decisions, and ultimately efficacy and efficiency in the decisions that are taken. And so I put forward these key questions for realizing those three goals of engagement. And these questions are as follows. Have decision makers and policy actors in any context really recognize the value of civil society knowledge and importance of community engagement? What steps have been taken to ensure the representation of diverse perspectives of the most marginalized, organizations representing women, ethnic, religious, and linguistic minorities, youth, faith-based, and disability organizations? Or is it really always the same groups and same organizations at the table? For policy actors to support engagement mechanisms. Have engagement processes been well explained in terms of everyone's roles, and here I would add also everyone's responsibilities as well? And importantly, and this often doesn't happen, are communities informed of the specific policy changes or actions that their participation will lead to? Is this just engagement for the purpose of a government saying, yes, we have talked to groups? Does it stay there, or are those groups assured that their input will actually lead to action and change? And then finally, how will sustainability of these kinds of engagement mechanisms and processes be achieved? So those are, in fact, my three ideas that I think need to inform the are essential and urgent. We must take the difficult decisions that will enable us to move forward. And I think that those difficult decisions can be aided by more attention to care, intersectionality, and community engagement. Thank you very much.
We are very divided by race, by religions, by any kinds of groups that made us thinking individually, but the intersectionality is very essential component. Even the intersectionality needs to be adapted when we're dealing with and applying the SDGs goal, and I also agree with that. And the last one is engagements. Not only we have to make a very meaningful, but also inclusive and action-oriented. This is very, very important ideas for us. Thank you very much, Professor Olena. May we give her applause for her wonderful presentation virtually. Thank you very much, Professor Olena. Now we will move to the last keynote speech, before we entering the Q&A session. The last keynote sessions will be delivered by Professor Arjen Boyn. Professor Arjen Boyn already with us? Okay, I will read his very short profile. So Professor Arjen Boyn is a professor of public institution and government at the Institute of Political Science, Leiden University, the Netherlands. Before he moved to Leiden, he was a professor of public governance and crisis management at the Utrecht School of Governance and associate professor at the Public Administration Institute, Louisiana State University. Arjen Boyn has published widely on topics of crisis and disaster management, leadership, institutional design, and organizational issues. His most recent books include Guardians of Public Value, Understanding the Creeping Crisis, and Governing the Pandemic. All these books were published in 2021 and can be downloaded for free. Arjen Boyn is also a managing partner, Crispin BV, and founding member of the European Society Security Research Group. So, okay, so Professor Arjen, I think hasn't joined us. Maybe we will continue to the Q&A sessions, Q&A sessions. If there is a participant who would like to ask questions to Professor Olena, who is still with us, please use raise hand feature on your Zoom application, or you can type your questions on the chat box. Is there anyone who would like to ask questions? Anybody? Okay, I think there is one question from the chat box, Professor Olena. This is from Karisma Husniati. She's asking how to maintain the public engagement in the making of public policy.
Well, it's a really excellent question in terms of sustainability. That is always the challenge. I think that in addition to the kinds of questions that I had put forward in the presentation, I think that it's a matter of really prioritizing this as an activity and ensuring that there are the human and financial resources for it. But I also think as COVID-19 has taught us that we need to find different mechanisms for engagement where in-person interactions are not available. And I do think that through the COVID-19 pandemic, there were many technology assisted ways of engagement that were created. We definitely need to have an inventory of those promising practices that are available to decision makers to draw on. And we need to understand, as well as what the enabling features are of technology for engagement, what some of the challenges are as well of this kind of engagement when in-person interactions are not possible, especially for those communities that are most vulnerable, that those might be most at risk, and those that do not have technology to their disposal. So I think that, of course, if we think about the early days of crisis managed with COVID-19, there was very much top-down policy approaches, to be sure. I think that as we went on with rapid responses and understanding the needs on the ground, that there were some earnest efforts, including by international organizations, to really reach the population, to affected populations, and to get a better sense of what their daily needs were amidst that crisis.
Thank you very much, Professor Olena, for your kind answer. I think we've got 2 questions already on the chat box. I will read it for you. The first one is from Emmanuel Kosat from Universitas Airlangga. What is the ethics of care approach to caring in the COVID-19 pandemic crisis when there is still a pattern of top-down policy approaches?
Yeah, well, I think it's really, again, it's about shifting the values that we have that inform the way in which government decision making is taken. And I don't think that even if we have a propensity for top down, that if that top down is really promoted to advancing caring democracies and the value of caring democracies, that those values can be implemented in decision making, even if the perfect engagement isn't happening. It still means that those values are embedded exactly in the decisions that are taken. So I would say that that's the short answer to that question.
Siti Amina, what is your opinion about the double standard of Western media in reporting Ukraine versus Russia war and the Palestine versus Israel war? Thank you. This is very intriguing questions, Professor.
Yeah, no, it's a very good question. There's no doubt that whose lives matter differently depending on geographic settings, and racism is very much embedded in reporting and in these kinds of responses. So I do want to acknowledge that very clearly. I do think that what makes this particular issue very salient is the centrality of Ukraine in Europe in terms of security issues, in terms of, and here I'm talking about the fact that there's nuclear considerations that are very salient. There's also implications for food security, not only in Europe, but globally in terms of the production that happens in Ukraine, and also just the real threat that this conflict can bring in the entire world into a conflict that we haven't seen since the Second World War. So I think those are the things that make it different. But there's no doubt that there's a hierarchy of conflicts and war in the world and how they're presented and responded to. But I would say even in the case of Ukraine, not so much the reporting, but the response, the idea that the response has been maybe not as aggressive as some in Ukraine would want and others would want because of the inclusion or exclusion in NATO membership doesn't necessarily sit well with everybody either. It is a kind of power gatekeeping.
Yes, okay. There is also another question in regards to Russian and Ukraine conflict. This is from Rifki Dirgasya. What kind of impact can be learned through Russian and Ukraine conflict to Asia Pacific, especially in public policy and crisis management dimensions, either through the eyes of academics or practitioners?
Well, I think that story is still going to be told. I think in the midst of a conflict, it's hard to really draw on lessons or things that can inform different regions. But I do think it's really about thinking through the kinds of global mechanisms that we have in place to respond to any of the kinds of crises that we talked about. And so different regions of the world, I think, have an opportunity to assess whether or not the mechanisms that they are a part of really can realize and respond to these kinds of, realize responses and to create the kinds of global solidarity that's needed. Because it's true that even if we talk about a region like the Asia Pacific, in of itself, that region cannot on its own, like any other region, respond to climate change, respond to potential war or conflict that take on global dimensions. It certainly can't take on COVID-19 on its own. So are the mechanisms that regions are part of, engage with, are they solid and robust enough? Are they nimble enough? Are they flexible enough? Do they make sense in our given time to respond in the way that we need? So I think that the lessons learned are still emerging from this, but those are just some initial thoughts.
Thank you for your kind answer and insightful answer, Professor. I would like to say hello to Professor Arjen Boyne, who has joined us. Hello, Professor Arjen.
Hello.
Can you hear me?
Good afternoon.
Okay. Hello, Professor Arjen. We just had a very short Q&A sessions. Thank you, Professor Olena. We will come back to you later in the next Q&A sessions. Right now, I will give the opportunity to the last keynote speaker, which is Professor Arjen Boyne. Before we hear his keynote speech, I will read his short profile. Yeah. So Arjen Boyne is a professor of public institution and governance at the Institute of Political Science, Leiden University, the Netherlands. Before he moved to Leiden, he was professor of public governance and crisis management at the Utrecht School of Governance and associate professor at the Public Administration Institute, Louisiana State University. Arjen Boyne recently has published 3 open access books, Professor. Yeah. First one is Guardians of Public Value, Understanding the Creeping Crisis and Governing the Pandemic. All of them were published by Palgrave. So without further ado, I will give the opportunity to Professor Arjen Boyne to deliver his speech entitled Managing Creeping Crisis, Lesson from the Netherlands. Time is yours, Professor.
Well, thank you so much. And do you think it'd be a good idea if I share my screen to show slides or no?
Yes, if you can. Yeah.
Let's see if I can.
Yeah. If not, we are ready to assist you.
Let's see. Is this working or no?
Yes, it has appeared on everyone's screen, I guess.
Okay, so okay. If everybody can see this and everybody can hear me, then I'll go ahead.
Yes.
And just to verify, how many minutes do I have?
Okay, I think the slide has appeared on everyone's screen. Professor, you may begin your keynote speech.
How long do I
minutes,
have?
For 30 minutes.
30 minutes? Okay.
Yes.
And does that include Q&A?
Yes, I think we still have time to Q&A session.
Okay, then I'll try to keep it short. Anyway, thank you. It's an honor to have been invited to speak to you, and what I would like to do is share some of our new work on the idea of the creeping crisis, because I think this is at least it's relevant for our part of the world, and kind of like to see if you recognize any value in this approach. So let me just explain where that came from. We've been studying crisis for a long time, and recently in the recent years we encountered crises that had a time dimension that was just different than the sort of explosive crisis that would come on the scene and was dealt with, and we kind of moved on. And I have a few examples here, and I think we're all, everybody's still dealing with COVID. And now, of course, a new crisis has emerged that's also appears to be a crisis that's going to have long-lasting effects, crisis effects, and most notably the food shortages that we may be looking at. And this reminded me of a book that was written in 1994 by Kai Erikson. It's titled "A New Species of Trouble," where he made the point that some of these crises are just different, and they're different because they undermine the legitimacy of the institutions. They're hard to deal with. You need a societal approach, et cetera, et cetera. And I just wanted to flesh out some of these characteristics, and specifically from a policy angle, and look at that. So I want to briefly talk about the crisis, and then I want to move into practice and use two examples: COVID in Holland, and everybody can compare notes. Everybody has been dealing with this, and also the evacuation from Afghanistan, which I think is also a very interesting example. And then identify some potential solutions that we as policy scholars may be thinking about. So very briefly, from the world of crisis, but I think it's all very recognizable in the world of policymaking as well. We're seeing a change in what we call the threat environment. We see a whole bunch of surprising events, black swans are sometimes called, and that seem to be creating new challenges, and the challenges are intertwining with two other developments. One being the declining legitimacy of public institutions, so the loss of trust, and the rise of social media, and of course they're intertwining those developments. But that's a context in which governments have to deal with these new threats. Now, just to give you an idea, when I talk about crisis, this is the definition that we use, and you can see it as three key components. So we're talking about a threat, okay, that happens. We're talking about urgency, and we're talking about sense of urgency, and we're talking about uncertainty. So you don't really know what to do. And the three components give the sense of crisis. And of course, if you start playing with that concept and you look at the dimensions of crisis, you can see that this old-fashioned idea of an urgent event is not always reality. So now we're seeing creeping crisis, which essentially means gradual threat accumulation. So it's a threat that is gaining momentum, you could say. You could also see that some of these crises just last for a long time. And we call them long shadow crises. They're protracted, and it's never clear when or if they end. And yet another dimension is to say that these are transboundary, meaning to say that the geographic or policy sector is not it's not confined to one specific arena, but that both causes and effects, stretch across boundaries, which makes it, of course, very difficult to deal with these crises. Now, focusing on the creeping crisis, so the accumulation of threat, and what I think is very interesting from a policy perspective, because it's very recognizable for policy scholars. We're seeing a threat develop. There's really nothing, it's not hidden. In fact, you can get many reports, experts, they write all these reports about it. And then the point being that the general public does not seem to care. And political leaders are either not paying attention or they're just not wanting to do something. And then there is a point in the crisis when you can simply no longer deny it. There's a tipping point, if you will. And then looking back, all of a sudden, it appears, wow, that crisis has been here for a long time, which of course suggests that policymakers have not been paying attention, which makes things for them a lot harder. And they're not just the natural disasters that we've been looking at, but you can look at here and I'm taking examples that we're looking at nowadays: organized crime and offshore banking. But the energy transition, of course, is huge, but also societal polarization. These are all issues happening in Europe. They have a long history and are gaining crisis proportions, if you will. So what does that mean for policymakers? So, and this is really, policymaking is about attention. And understanding why policymakers and why politicians pay attention to certain issues and not to other issues. So policymakers, they really need to gain an understanding of the threat. Is this a real threat or is this something that we can't ignore? And if they understand that this is a threat with real potential, that their challenge is then to organize attention. And we're talking about framing, of course, where they have to somehow mobilize political will to do something about it. And in that process, as policymakers, they're dealing with timing, because the timing of their advice has to sort of coincide with political timing. Because if politicians, if they don't want to do something about it at this particular point, the advisory trajectory, of course, if you talk about it too much, you get the cry wolf syndrome. So this is quite challenging for policymakers. So they may see a threat, but it doesn't mean they can do something about it. Now, if you look at it from the other side, the political side, and you put yourself in the position of politicians, which is also interesting, I think. They are looking at a whole army of experts claiming that this will turn into a threat or that will turn into a threat. They have their political intuition. They wonder, to follow Goldowski's old adage, no solution, no problem. If there's no solution, why would I want to deal with this? Why do I want to own this? So timing for politicians is, of course, a very important thing. Are they going to put their political capital on a problem that is unproven yet, but is going to cost them a lot? And they might not get the political gain. They might not get the political recognition. How do you score if you solve a crisis if nobody recognizes that you actually prevented a crisis? And there's this whole underlying debate that I think the COVID crisis has sensitized us a little bit. And this is what in crisis management has been a long debate about the precautionary principle, which sounds reasonable. If you see something, you do everything you can to prevent harm from happening. But now we know there's a whole ethical dimension to that. If you want to do that, then other people may suffer as a result. And so then, then we come into the domain. It's a political question, of course. Which group do we prioritize? And for instance, in Holland, this has been the case with, if you want to protect the vulnerable, you're going to have to make the youth, for instance, suffer. And that's been a huge debate here. So we are really talking about, the individual citizen and versus the whole idea of institutional legitimacy. So these are key questions. And from a political angle, they just look a little different than from a policymaking angle, I think it's fair to say. Now, just to briefly give you an example, and in your mind, you can just try this on your own country or your own region. And I'm just talking about Holland here. In terms of a creeping crisis, this was a crisis that announced itself. Literally, experts were following it, what was happening in China originally, then it came to Italy. It took literally months to arrive in Holland. So you couldn't say that we were surprised, even though people were surprised, the politicians and policymakers. And if you want to look back and try to explain why that was the case, there's a weird mixture of superiority, the idea that this will never happen in our country. This is only happening in China, or this is only happening in Italy, and a sort of almost arrogant attitude towards a threat, where you think that somehow it betrays the idea that politicians think that we have a better government. So we are prepared. So even if it happens here, we're going to deal with it. And it was a kind of a slow awareness that those preparations were just not going to be sufficient, and they would have to actually do something. And the interesting part was, as COVID played out over 2 years in separate waves, we saw this time and again. So the second and third wave, again they were slow, and again there was this idea that this time we will be ready, and this time we will have things under control. Now, coming back to this weird triangle, so policymakers, politicians, and what we should also mention is the role of experts here, who at least in Holland, came to play an interesting role, because in the public perception, they were seen as the ones who were making the decisions, which wasn't true. This outbreak management team provided politicians with advice, and politicians who cleverly suggest if they have to take unpopular measures, that they were following the advice of the team, but they were quite opportunistic in their use of advice. And I think that happened in other countries, most notably in the United Kingdom as well. So the 2 years of COVID have shown some interesting patterns. And again, I'm speaking for Holland, and you may see if you recognize this or not. But it kind of laid bare some political tendencies, I would say. So one was to be quite vague about the core choices, the critical strategic choices that had to be made, and I think were made. So you have to balance between protecting the population versus protecting the economy, and you have to have some sort of a vision on that. I think our politicians, in the end, chose that the economics had to be protected, and they knew there was a price for that. And but of course they didn't communicate that. We also noted that they were quite inconsistent in the way that their policy making around crisis measures was explained, and perhaps in the underlying decision metrics were quite inconsistent. And at some point, voters pick up on that, citizens, and they begin to ask questions. We have a government that has a long-lasting tendency to do things to please the voter. Well, that should be no news to anybody. But that kind of runs into this whole, made it difficult for them to take unpopular decisions because they just don't want to do that, and they have to do that during COVID. And most remarkably, I think, rather than to sort of display a sense of humility after the pandemic shows you that you're not almighty, after a wave washed away, this whole idea of hubris emerged. Like, we're really good. We managed this crisis, and look at us. We can do this. And I'm just going to note that was interesting. The interesting, keep saying interesting, intriguing, I should say, is we had a totally different crisis within COVID, and also many countries were involved in that. And the reason why I mentioned it, and this was, of course, this was the evacuation from Kabul in past August, where many countries were surprised, as they were surprised by COVID, by the sudden rise of the Afghanistan people, the forget their name, Taliban, and the same patterns emerged that we saw during COVID, and that was one where, again, all information was present, but there was a complete misreading of the information and an idea that this would not happen to us, and of course it did, and we were forced in this chaotic evacuation in the last hours of many people with Dutch passports, and that did not look good for our government. And it was a very interesting difference between Holland and France, for instance, because France had the same information, and they acted in a completely different way by evacuating their people months ahead of the Kabul policy failure, one might say. So I talked about the creeping part, but the things are really difficult for policymakers when a creeping crisis doesn't go away. I mean, you kind of suppress it for a little bit, but it keeps coming back. And every time you have to go through the same thing. You have to decide, is this really a crisis, or is this, or not yet? Is it changing? Is it a different crisis? And this pointed to the difficulty of learning within a crisis. So we know, as policy scholars, we know that governments find it very hard to learn, but learning within a crisis, normally speaking, not so interesting because it's such a short crisis. But if you're in a long, protracted crisis, you have to learn to adapt. And this turned out to be very difficult. So politicians have to learn, policymakers have to learn, and experts have to learn, and they have to kind of learn in the same groove. And that didn't really work so well. Also because people had invested in certain policy positions, and almost bringing principles, if you will, to the table that they were unwilling to relinquish, and that made it very hard to learn on the fly. And this may just be a challenge that we're going to have to think about how we could facilitate that. So some lessons that I am drawing from all this, and these are very, very preliminary. They're very much based on what we've seen here. So it'll be super interesting to hear how you guys in a totally different part of the world, how you guys are viewing the same type of crisis and the problems. So the lessons that we're seeing is, first of all, it turns out it's really, really hard, apparently, to intervene in a crisis that's not a crisis yet. I mean, once it's a crisis, it's easy. Once everybody realizes, that something should be done, so it's a crisis, then governments move. But it would be much easier and much nicer if they would do this earlier, because it's then you can actually do something. But that turns out to be really hard. So we need to enhance the capacity for intervention. This whole precautionary approach, which sounds great on paper, is not a very valuable guiding principle in practice if you have many competing values. And precautionary approach, of course, is a value that we only use in risk management. And there you can debate it till the cows come home, but in a crisis you don't have that time, so you can't have a proper societal political debate about that. And then it just becomes a very unhelpful principle, I think. We've seen, and I haven't mentioned that yet, policymakers and experts using scenario thinking a lot. So, are we in this scenario or in that scenario? And that may help in preparation phases for crisis, but I'm not so sure if it's helpful during a crisis, because it keeps providing policymakers with the idea that you can look into the future and even control the future. They're kind of random things, but this is a typical for policymakers. When we talk about attention and framing, the challenges here, how to call a crisis. How do you define that in such a way that you can mobilize a government to do something about it? The relation between experts and government, just mentioned, has been problematic, especially in a long crisis where experts spend a lot of time with policymakers, a lot of time with politicians. You can get unhealthy relations where you get co-optation, and it becomes hard for these experts to remain an independent position. A crisis that lasts very long will inevitably, I think, give rise to politicization. And so you start the crisis with a rally around the flag effect. Everybody thinks, we should do this. There's support for leaders. And over time, that's just going to evaporate. And for leaders, that's very hard, because they think, their citizens are unthankful, ungrateful. But it's just a normal part of the political process where things go wrong during a crisis. And you're going to have a debate about it. If leaders can deal with that and policymakers, then political conflict is almost a given. And finally, how do you, and I think we're still in this question, how do you call an end to a crisis? Well, here in Europe, I don't know how it's going there, but here in Europe, the Ukrainian crisis has just simply pushed politicians to say, COVID is over. We don't have time for this anymore. We're busy with the Ukraine. But of course, COVID is not over. It's just been declared over. But the figures are still quite worrying in several arenas. Just very briefly, I think this is all important because if you have long-lasting crises, those are real tests for political leaders, and not just for leaders, but also for institutions. And we've seen several of those crises in the past. The financial crisis in Europe, the immigration crisis, dealing with climate change, that seem to show to citizens that leaders and the institutions are not up to the task. And that has an effect of delegitimization, and that creates room for politicians who suggest that there are simple solutions to dealing with this crisis, which of course they're not. But we're really seeing a problem here in Europe on that end. So just to sum it up, we really need to invest in thinking about how to deal with these frequent crises. And I think this is not just a crisis management research challenge. This is really a challenge for the policy field, I think, because it is directly related to the legitimacy of government, and a creeping crisis that turns into a protracted crisis is a force into undermining the legitimacy base of government. So for that reason, I would argue that this is something all policy scholars should, because we have a lot of knowledge in the policy world to bring to this problem, and that's what I would like to give to you. Thank you so much, and then I'm going to stop sharing the screen if I know how that works. This is this.
Okay, thank you very much, Professor Arjun, for your insightful presentations. Let me give some very quick brief about Professor Arjun's presentations. Previously, he gave us descriptions about crisis dimension and creeping as a gradual threat accumulations. There are some characteristics that he mentions. Yeah, for example, he mentions about very good example of how COVID started in Netherlands. I think we also had the same experience here in Indonesia, where our government were quite too late actually to respond and not really listening to the expert or scientists. There are challenges definitely for policymakers and political leaders. And lastly, I would like to give the quick lessons here. And this is very important for our government, for future public governance to recognize about creeping crisis. And we need to have some scenario thinking, how to call crisis. Yeah, independent reviews very essential, and of course how to end crisis. Okay, now we're entering the second and probably last Q&A sessions. Is there any of you who would like to ask to our keynote speakers? Please raise your hand virtually or type your questions in the chat box. Does anyone want to ask a question to our presenters? Maybe I'd like to ask some questions about the role of scientists, Professor. In this case, if we reflect how COVID started in the world, I think in some countries, including our country, in Indonesia, actually we have been warned. We have been warned since at the end of 2019, yeah, from researchers, from academics, who said this might be affecting us in a long way, and frankly, some of our public officials denied and made some untrue statement actually to the public. For example, like this disease will not be applicable in tropical environment, even though that the WHO at that time hadn't really published certain information about the COVID. So how actually us as an academic in policy science or maybe practitioner try to change this situation in the future?
Are you asking me?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Well, first of all, yeah, we have to have an understanding that that is logical, that policymakers do not immediately act on warnings. In hindsight, we now see, they have to correct warnings in time. But policymakers get all sorts of warnings all the time about all sorts of problems that they're not always as urgent as experts predict, because experts sometimes like to exaggerate just to get attention from policymakers. And some of the ideas, for instance, that this will not develop here because we have a tropical climate. And I remember that information, and that was quite strong. Even here, thinking about, because we always had the idea that weather would change COVID. If it gets a little warmer, then it'll go away. And that was based, of course, on the false analogy of the flu, for instance. So you ask, how can we improve all this?
Yeah.
And this is going to be hard because looking into the future, we simply do not always know, what we know afterwards in hindsight. So how do we create early warnings on the one hand? So correct early warnings, and in the world of intelligence, we speak correct intelligence, tactical intelligence on the one hand, but on the other hand, how do we enhance the receptivity on the part of policymakers so they listen to the early warnings? This will on the side of the policymakers. So let's assume that the intelligence gets better and better over time. But on the side of the policymakers, this requires an awareness of the dynamics of these crises. How they develop, how we can recognize them, what the tipping points are, and it's really a change in paradigm, if you will, because crises are usually still viewed as something that happens to us out of the blue, like an earthquake or a tsunami, and then we have specialists in the army or in the disaster response domain who then deal with that. So in a way, it's quite easy for policymakers to excuse themselves from this whole crisis domain, which is, so they have to realize, and they have to be, and that's a task for us, I think, to explain that increasingly this whole crisis domain is a policy domain. And crisis may develop in any domain. And this is, I think, a new insight. And this is why I refer to that book by Kai Erikson, A New Species of Trouble. I was one of the first to point that out. And by introducing this whole idea of creeping crisis, so this whole time dimension, that's also an opportunity for policymakers, because there is a time dimension. That means there is also time to do something, which you don't have in a crisis that kind of comes out of nowhere. So that will be my, and I'm not going to say this is easy, but it's really a way of thinking that we have to develop as policy scholars to help policymakers understand how this works.
Thank you very much, Professor Arjen, for your insightful answer. Last call for everyone who still have questions to put of our keynote speakers. Okay, I think let's wrap it up ya. Thank you very much, Professor Arjen, Professor Olena, for your participation in this conference. I hope you stay healthy, and we can collaborate. Hopefully, we can collaborate further in the future with our colleagues and policy science fellows from today's participants. Now, I will be calling our conference committee, Dr. Sulika Asmorawati, to present the certificate for our keynote speakers. Bu Sulika?
Okay, thank you, Pak Agi. Yes, first, Prof. Arjen Boyin, thank you very much for joining us here as the keynote speaker. We have learned a lot and.
Itu masih mute, Bu.
Huh? No. Yeah. Thank you very much, Prof. Arjen Boyin, for with us today as a keynote speaker. This is the last keynote, but I'm sure it's not the least. We have learned a lot from you, especially the Netherlands case, and in this time of pandemic, again, lots of best practices, lesson learned are really, really important for us to be able to respond to this crisis. And in this occasion, I would like to present a certificate as a token of gratitude from us. Hang on. Yeah. This is the certificate for you. We would like to thanks to you for becoming our keynote speaker in this session, and to hope that our collaboration will last long and we can further collaborate in the future. Thank you very much, Prof. This certification is yours.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
May we have virtual applause for our wonderful keynote speakers.
Thank you.
Yeah, and then next one, Professor Olena. Prof. Eko has been.
Thank you very much.
Line. Yeah.
Thank
Again,
you,
I would like to thanks to Prof. Olena Harnskinsky for having us here again as a keynote speaker of the 2022 ASEAN Pacific Public Policy Network. Again, your intersectionality framework, indeed I have applied in one of my research, so your share is really important to learn in this pandemic as well as crisis situation. Thank you, Prof. This certificate of appreciation is yours.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. And Prof. Eko Prasojo, because he is not here, so it just again, we also would like to thank Prof. Eko Prasojo as the keynote speakers, and this certificate is also for him. Thank you. Thank you, everyone. And Pak Agi.
Thank you, everyone. And that concludes the second plenary session of today's conference. I will give back to the Master of Ceremony. Thank you very much, and see you tomorrow.
Hello, welcome back everyone. Thank you so much once again to our moderator, Mr. Agi, for the fruitful discussions. And we would like to give appreciations as well to all of the keynote speakers for the second plenary sessions. Thank you to Professor Eko, Professor Olena, and also Professor Arjan. Give big round of applause to our event today. Thank you so much for staying with us until this very afternoon. So everyone, we have finished the all agenda for the Apppn Day 1. I do believe we had a wonderful times today. We expect all of participants to join us on the second day of International Conference Apppn 2022. Have a good rest, everyone. Thank you so much. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.